And Christina?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Great. Welcome, everyone.
I'm here.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. This is the New Canaan Planning and Zoning Commission special meeting tonight on Tuesday, July 30th. This will be a hybrid meeting for both Zoom and in person. It is 6 p.m. or 6:05. We're kicking this one off. Let me take roll call first on the P&Z. We have myself, Dan Radman, I'm here. Krista Nielsen.
Here.
Kent Turner, he's out, I believe. Art Casavant.
Present.
John Chris.
Here.
Chris Herring. Here. John Engel, out. Paul Knag.
Here.
Here. Alan Swerdlow. Out. Tom Benton.
Here.
Christina Larson.
Here.
Okay, and Eric Knowles will be late. And Mr. Engel is here. Great. So we have two people out right now, regular commission members, Tom Benton and Christina Larson. You guys will be seated for tonight's applications. Okay. So first order, this is again the special meeting. This will be followed by the 7 o'clock regular meeting. First item on the agenda, 179 Cherry Street. Upon application of Tony Esposito, authorized agent for 179 Cherry Street LLC owners for a site plan approval pursuant to sections 4.2.c.7 and 4.2.c.6 to allow a beauty salon in the Business A zone at 179 Cherry Street, map T, block 71, lot 76. Who do we have presenting? Hi. Please come up to, she can go either way, right? You can just come up to the table, press the little button at the front of the mic where it says push, turn the green light on. Hold it down a little harder. There, oh, you almost had it.
There you go.
It's a game.
Oh my goodness.
Please let us know, introduce yourself and let us know what you're looking to do here.
Okay, so my name is Brigitte Malazzi. I'm here on behalf of Tony Esposito and myself. We've worked in town for over 25 years. We have an existing business that we're hoping to downsize to Cherry Street.
And what is going to be changing at the 179 Cherry Street location?
Nothing. It will be cosmetic. So, well, I can't say nothing. The floor will be removal of carpet and tile added with waterproof ceiling.
Okay.
Not ceiling, ceiling. Right? Sealant. There is wallpaper on some of the walls. We're going to add different wallpaper to those existing walls and paint as well. That will be easy to clean, water resistant.
Anything on the outside of the building that's changing? Other than obviously you'll put up a sign.
No, nothing on the outside. The landlord said he was
Windows,
going to clean it
doors.
up. No, nothing. All the same windows, all the same doors.
Same color.
Yes, it's a brick building. Hopefully he'll power wash it, but
So
some sort of wash it.
this application has to do with putting a retail establishment in the Business A zone.
No, so it's just a change of use because it was previously a dentist office and now it's going to be a
I see.
personal service establishment. It's completely allowed in the zone. It's just the change of use that needs approval.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Besides Commissioner Nielsen's? Signage, you'll apply for that under a separate permit?
We will.
Okay. And do you currently occupy the space or you're not in the space currently?
There's nothing in the space
nothing in the space
currently. We will occupy it as soon as we get this approval. We didn't want to sign anything until we knew we could move our business from East Avenue to Cherry Street.
Got it. And they have the letter from the landlord authorizing the application?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, anything further? It's pretty straightforward.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Simple.
Yeah, good.
And you guys can vote now since it's the regular meeting. We don't
Oh.
have to wait till the end if you're ready to vote.
Okay, we can do that. Commissioners, do I have a motion on this particular application?
I'll move to approve the application because it's a minor change in use with no exterior changes. Therefore, very little of our zoning regulations are invoked here. I think it's fine.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Call to vote. Dan, any conditions or stipulations? Nothing. Call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Chris Herring.
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Christina Larson.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I turn this off?
No,
Yeah, thank you. It's going to be exciting. I'm sorry, do I leave it on?
leave it
Okay.
on because other
Thank you
people
for
will
your
come.
time. I know you made a special meeting, so I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next application. Next application is 140 Elm Street. Upon application of Roxanne Berlane, authorized agent for David Silverberg, owner, for a site plan approval pursuant to section 6.12 to permit exterior facade changes for a new business, Frameworks, in the retail A zone at 140 Elm Street, map T, block 44, lot 910. Who do we have from the applicant's side for this one? On-
It's me on Zoom, Roxanne.
Give us your full name and association with the application here.
Roxanne Berlin, and I am the applicant for Framebridge.
And can you please just give us a summary of what you're proposing to do to the facade, changes, colors, materials, signage, et cetera?
Yep. Should I share my screen? Let me see if I can.
Sure.
do
You
that.
should have permission to, so.
You get used to Teams, and then you move over, and there was. Oh, there we go. Share screen. Okay. So this is the outside of the building. It's brick. I believe that this facade is now white. Framebridge usually goes with a black background and white lettering. I know that you guys don't allow lit signs here, so we're gonna have regular sign with some lights over top to illuminate the sign.
And to be clear, this is the space in that particular building that's closest to Franco's Wine, is that correct?
Ooh, that's a good question. I didn't look that up. Let me see.
There's 4 retail tenants in that building. I just want to be sure we're talking about the right space.
Let me pull let's see. Let me pull up our building. So it's taking over. It's a sheet store. I don't know. It's been a few weeks, so the project's like not fresh in my mind here. Let me see if they have the-
Mike's off.
The retail space that's adjacent to Franco's is the only one that has the door on the left.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yep.
That's the right size. Okay. So this is next to Franco's. You do realize that the rest of the building, the other 3 tenants all have white sign bands and white trim, right?
Let me see how to open this back up. Can you hear me or no? Is it totally off?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so the construction department realizes that it is gonna look different. We hope to make it look more modern. And update the space. Right now, it's, you know, it's not that modern looking, but with the black, you know, with the frame bridge, we're hoping that it will stand out a little bit. While still keeping, you know, somewhat to the other stores there. Can't see anything here, but hopefully you guys can hear me.
Will the storefront be modified at all, meaning different glass, different door, different windows?
Let's see here. I don't think so, but let me just see, because we went back and no, door is the same. The sign will be obviously under a separate permit. Yeah. Can you guys see what my shared screen there? These are the items changing. No. Everything's existing except for the painting there.
Okay. And you are adding new lights to the facade?
Yeah, above the because I think originally they tried to do it lit letters here, but the planning people said that you don't allow that for that area. So
Right.
they've gone with just adding the lights, and we have had that amended with the building department for the electrical outlets. And and the planning people said that that was okay. So that's what we chose to do to get some light on the store.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions?
Currently, there's an awning. Based on your drawing, there will not be an awning in the future.
No, there won't be an awning.
Thank you.
Nature and use of the business, is this a framing business or is it an art sale business or combination of the two?
Yeah, so we sell frames and we do custom framing. So when you walk in, there'll be frames that you could buy to frame by yourself, small frames, obviously. And then people can bring their prints and we send them out and we frame the art for you.
And will any of the work be done on premises or is it all done offsite?
I believe it's all done off-site. The space is like very small. There's not really a lot of, I think it's only under 100, it's under 1,000 square feet. It's a very small space. So I don't think that they're doing any framing there. I believe everything is sent out.
Thank you.
Can you clarify on the lighting? It's hard to see because it's black on black, but are those three goosenecks that are off the side? I see you have another building in Chicago that seems to be similarly lit.
I didn't do the one in Chicago, but let me look at it. Looks like it, but let's see.
Oh, it's Southport.
Oh,
Well, and sorry, Southport, Chicago.
So the, the one thing we just want to make sure is the color temperature on the lights that you're installing.
mhm.
We have a color temp reg, right?
Okay.
Just want to make sure that the lighting elements are the right color temperature.
I don't know that it says that they're the gooseneck lighting, it says here, and then I don't know that there's a temp on here. But we can definitely, you know, abide by whatever is.
Yep. That's fine.
And Roxanne, I can email that to you after the meeting what the temperature requirement is.
Sure.
Commissioners, anything further?
This is Commissioner Chris, just to be clear, the front of the building will be painted in black or near black, okay? And the lettering for Frame Bridge will be in a sort of straight white.
Yeah.
And so this is the mullions, the door, essentially every painted surface would be painted black in the front of the building.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, anything further?
The Southport store, and I mean, I don't know if it just doesn't show, but it's not, I don't see that lit up. They have a little bit of a unique, it's kind of like a taupey color with the black frame bridge to try and make it stand out, but maybe I have the wrong store. I don't see any lights on that one. Unless they're coming up, unless they're not, I can't just see it from the picture.
Anything further, Commissioners?
No.
Okay. Anything else from the applicant side? Nope. Anyone from the public that wants to speak on this one,
We don't have to take public comment.
for this one? Okay. Do we vote on it now or wait until we're done with the
You can
next?
vote now.
Okay.
Motion to approve based on consistent use and not much change to the facade.
Do we have a second?
Complies with regulations.
I'll second.
We have a second vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
and Christina Larson.
Yes.
Thank you. You are approved. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then when you just email me whenever the colored lights, and we'll make sure that the contractor.
Yes, I'll do that tomorrow.
I know that the original plans approved by the building department had some kind of thing that we couldn't do exterior work until it was approved here. Will you let the building department know, or do I have to send something to them?
Yes, we'll coordinate with the building department.
Okay. Very good. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, is Pete on?
He is joining at, it's 6:30, but I will text him now, but we can start. So we have to start with public comment, so.
All right, next application, one we've seen before, 57 Rilling Ridge. This is docket number FST CV 23 60 60 52 86 7S. Amy Tucci versus Planning and Zoning Commission of the Town of New Canaan, discussion of proposed settlement of appeal and potential vote. So commissioners, we've already been discussing this at multiple meetings prior to this. I think next on the agenda is to get public feedback, correct?
Yes.
You're recused, correct? So, for
I'm-
57
I'm recused as well.
That was Christina.
and Christina as well, okay? And you too. You guys all bailed. Do we have a quorum?
5.
Yeah, we
so-
do, okay.
And then Commissioner Kanag is still on Zoom, so.
Okay. So from the public, do we have anyone that would like to speak on this particular? Please step up to either the podium or the desk. Make sure the mic is on, introduce yourself, and let us know what you'd like to say.
Just make sure the green light is on. You got it.
I got it. Good evening. I'm Chip Stepaker, homeowner at 36 Rilling Ridge, directly across the street from the property 57 Rilling Ridge. And of course, we're materially impacted by the committee's decision regarding this tennis court. I'll point out before I get into my comments that this letter, which I'm going to go through, has been reviewed and approved by 6 neighbors on the street. It's been approved by Ann and I at 36, of course, Bob and Barbara Headley at 56 Rilling Ridge, Kurt and Ann Townsend at 81 Rilling Ridge, Elise Fatullo at 80 Rilling Ridge, Federico Marsili and Carolina Conda at 21 Rilling Ridge, and Samantha Dorfman and Jim Mize at 815 Silver Mine Road. And they have a long driveway, and their house kind of goes and wraps around the backyard of 57 Rilling Ridge. In fact, they might be most materially impacted by this decision. Firstly, I just want to mention, we as a group and I personally am very disappointed in the commission not upholding the vote at last year's public hearing on their application to build a sport court or a tennis court in the area zoned in the front yard. The settlement that we've all read and is publicly available does not materially change any of the concerns that the neighbors voiced last year. This project will result in tangible change to our neighborhood and our property values, and will set a precedent for zoning in the town if the project is approved. So let's start with the setbacks and the location of the court. The court is still 46 feet from Rilling Ridge, which is a shorter distance than the recently approved 75-foot setback. When we were talking last year, the zoning rules were 150 feet setback from on a front yard. And that has since been amended to 75 feet, but 46 feet is really close to the street. So this sports court, as we mentioned last year, is really being shoehorned into a space. It's a 2-acre property, and she's already got a pool in the back, so she's got to kind of put it in a space behind the pool. And so it's 46 feet from Rilling Ridge, but it's also very close to the property lines of the Marsillis and the Dorfmans on those two borders of the tennis court. So it's really not a space that was designed or you would expect to see a large court like has been proposed. There has been new screening put into the settlement, which is certainly appreciated. It'll help a little bit with the visuals. But the court is still just very close to 3 different important property lines. Regarding the noise level, we're very concerned with pickleball being played on the court. It's been voiced that that is a activity that will take place on this court. As I'm sure you are aware, towns all across the country are passing zoning regulations specifically for pickleball because of both the growth in the sport, but also the high decibel levels that are experienced when pickleball is being played. They range generally between 80 and 90 decibels. You can look that up at your leisure. There's lots of complaints from neighbors across the country about pickleball and the noise. And the foam padding or the 4-millimeter skin that's being put on top of the sports court doesn't really affect the noise for pickleball, because the pickleball noise is from the racket hitting the ball, not the ball hitting the surface of the court. So when you hear the complaints about the pickleball noise, it's because the sound of the racket hitting the ball is what's driving the 80 to 90 decibels. So again, there's no remediation of that particular issue from the settlement. A related point that I want to mention on the noise level, related to the settlement that we've all seen, allows the use of the court from 6 in the morning. So granted, there won't be lights, but 6 in the morning, there's about 5 months of the year or so that it will be light enough to play pickleball at 6 in the morning. And I really don't understand why, when there's an activity that's 80 to 90 decibel levels, why it's being zoned differently than contractors or landscaping services or other noisy activities, which the town specifically has a noise ordinance around. So another concern. So in conclusion, and I will wrap this up, I'm concerned that the settlement, when it gets widely circulated in the town, will set a precedent for other properties in New Canaan, obviously, negatively impact our values of our property and also the quality of life. I don't think we want to see tennis courts, pickleball courts in backyards, front yards without the appropriate setbacks and acreage that's required. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Please state your name and your address. Thank you.
Sorry,
Please state your name and your address.
my name is Samantha Dorfman, 815 Silvermine Road, lived in town for 30 years. We have the property directly behind 57 Reeling Ridge, and our bedroom will be impacted by this, as well as the pool area. So our bedroom at 6 a.m. Will be impacted. As previously noted by Chip, we're disappointed by the PNZ not upholding the vote in last year's public hearing. We're significantly impacted by this decision. Certainly the noise, which is, I think, a primary concern for all of us, quality of life, property value, but we have a specific concern, which I've raised and has never been addressed. I've written Ms. Tucci, her attorney, as well as the city, and that is the well. And we're at a lower elevation, and the concern around erosion and potential contamination, and the risk of flooding to our basement. I'm an architect and a landscape architect, and I've done global development for over 30 years. So my concerns are not unfounded. No one's ever reached out to say, let's look at your property, let's send an engineer. And despite my sending multiple letters to Ms. Tucci and her attorney, I've never heard from anyone. They just haven't been addressed. I was later told that I could litigate if the well becomes contaminated, and that is not my preferred method to solve a conflict. I'm not interested in litigating the city I live in or a neighbor. I am very empathetic that the board must manage competing goals and the needs of many. But during this year, the P&Z Commission has modified one of the zoning regulations that just happens to speak to this specific application. Yet the court proposed still doesn't meet P&Z's new setback requirements. The ruling, if approved, supports an individual's want over the negative impact to a surrounding community. The solution proposed was voted against last year. So I'm particularly confused on why the P&Z hired attorneys to defend their original decision, and a year later are supporting and proposing almost exactly the same thing that was voted down. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Thank you. Please state your name and your address.
My name is Federico Marsili, 21 Reeling Ridge, 10 years in New Canaan. First of all, I want to thank you, the 4 members of this committee that give us the support. Respect what the rule said, that if the neighbors care about the situation like this, it should be considered, and that's why they voted the way that they voted. And I really appreciate that. I want to thank you, especially given that they voted against the leadership of this committee. Second, I want to recognize that finally, now the rules are catching up with the exceptions that continuously this committee has granted in the past, as Sarah reminded us last time that I was here. And now that those rules have catch up with what de facto you have been granted to many exceptions, I hope that you keep them aligned and not keep giving more exceptions, because one day we are going to have pools and tennis courts 20 feet from the road, and it's going to be pretty ugly. So please consider that going forward, and think about why you have changed the rule that you have changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak in the audience? How about from Zoom land? Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak to this application? No? Is Pete Gelderman on? Yes. Hi, Pete. How are you? You should unmute yourself if you're there.
I'm here. I'm unmuted, I think.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have to formally close this post?
No, it's not.
Input?
No, you can discuss and vote at this point in time on whether to accept the stipulation.
Okay.
Your it wasn't technically not a public hearing. It was a opportunity for anybody who had interest to speak. And now you're, if everybody's spoken who wants to speak, you can discuss and vote.
Joel wants to speak.
Mr. Green?
Yeah, I just want to. For the record, my name is Joel Green. I practice law in Bridgeport with the offices of Green and Gross. And it's my pleasure to appear before the commission on behalf of Amy Tucci, the property owner. With me is Rob Frangione. And I think we should just clarify, maybe through the town attorney, whether it's permissible for us to make a presentation. I would think that it
Are you
is.
making a presentation or a comment?
Just responding to the public comment.
Pete, is that allowable at this point?
Well, it's, I guess it's allowable. The presentation's been made to the commission in the past. But for purposes of explaining what the proposed settlement is, if Attorney Green has anything to add to that, it's not inappropriate.
I would just limit your comments to either addressing something one of the neighbors may have said or anything new that we have not heard before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we will respect that, of course. And, you know, I've spent a considerable amount of time before this commission, and I spend, my practice is dedicated to land use and land use related litigation. And my practice substantially involves representing neighbors and neighborhood groups, as this commission has seen, as I've appeared before you in so many applications in that capacity. And I appreciate, and my client and I are sensitive to the concerns that the neighbors have raised. And certainly I've heard them, and this commission has certainly heard them. I reviewed the record carefully on this appeal, and this settlement is resolving pending litigation. I think that initially I would start by saying, and I think the beginning of this discussion with Attorney Gelderman that he and I have had over the past year has been sort of that it was in the best interest of all involved, that my client, the commission, and people of New Canaan, to settle what I believe is a very, and Attorney Gelderman and I admittedly disagree on this, but I think there's a valid appeal here. And significantly, this commission has frequently, often permitted this sort of use in this context. And in this instance, we have worked cooperatively on a settlement. Attorney Gelderman and I have negotiated a stipulation. We met with the commission on 2 occasions. This commission, I think, did a great job of raising all of the issues that we've heard from the neighbors tonight. And we responded to those issues in so many ways. And, you know, the great irony is that the regulations speak to tennis courts and sports courts. And I understand the neighbors' concerns on noise and light, but we have come forward with a plan that goes above and beyond addressing those concerns using experts. And I think initially, I might ask Mr. Frangione to just address the concerns regarding the lighting and the effect of the landscaping. And let's start with lighting and landscaping.
Sure. Again, for the record, Rob Frangione, Frangione Engineering. Real quick for the commission and for the audience, this tennis court meets setbacks. It meets the property line setbacks. The 150-foot limit, now 75, is a review limit that triggers a special permit. The court is allowed in this location per the regulations. And in our original submission, we explained how this application complies with all the special permit requirements. We've provided a much more robust planting plan, nearly triple the amount of plants that were originally proposed. There is no lighting proposed for this. So that's off the table.
Right.
There is no noise amplifying devices like speakers or any of those kinds of things permanently wired that are proposed. So it complies with that section. The plan complies with the town's drainage policy that has been reviewed exhaustively by Maria Copland, and it is signed off by DPW Engineering. And the court and the drainage structures all meet the Connecticut Health Code setbacks to wells. So in my professional opinion, there's no risk of contamination of any wells in case of properties. That was just to address some of the comments I heard tonight.
And if there were contamination, we would certainly be answerable for it. But you have the opinion of a licensed professional engineer before you that that's not something that in his professional opinion and based on his education, training, and experience is a significant consideration in this instance. I mentioned to the commission, and I know, and I don't say this to be glib or a wise guy, but we've had this discussion that we speak of sports courts and tennis courts, and yet the great irony is that the applicant or any property owner, like for example, driveways are not heavily regulated here, and there's great freedom in putting in asphalt driveways, concrete driveways, and the like. They make great play courts. They make great play courts, I can tell you, because my neighbor has a basketball hoop right next to our property line, and it's great seeing the kids out there. But in terms of the noise and how often a family will play tennis or use a sports court that is not illuminated, I just don't, I hear the neighbors' concerns, but I think in the context of this settlement offers all of these protections. And again, the court cannot be used after dark. The court cannot be used for any commercial purpose. And these are all things that the commission raised. And we went above and beyond that and took a court, and we found a specialist and found this thick padding that will isolate or eliminate any significant noise associated with the use of the court. And again, we have responded to every concern that the commission raised, and I urge the commission to adopt this settlement.
Okay, thank you.
May I pose a question?
Of course.
This is Commissioner Chris. Memory serves, I was the person who voted in favor of this and proposed it. I'm encouraged by the more aggressive planting plan. I do have one item on that I'm concerned about, and I would pose this to you, whether an alteration may be made. One of the trees you've suggested is Norway spruce, which is an exotic, which I'm not in favor of as a general proposition. Also, they tend to be particularly susceptible to disease, and they tend to have shallow roots, which means they're more easily toppled in a windstorm. And as we know, we have windstorms here. And so, as I understand it, what you're trying to do is to have a plant that will provide screening and also thrive. Since it doesn't thrive, it can't provide screening. I would suggest that a better choice might be an Atlantic white cedar, which look sort of about the same. It is native to the area and it's less susceptible to disease. And so as far as the screening function, it doesn't grow quite as quickly as the spruce, but it grows. They get to be about maybe 50 feet, which is pretty big. They tend to have relatively low branches, and they're cypresses, so they're permanently green. That this would be better for the applicant, better for the neighbors, and better for the town, given these characteristics. So that is one concern I will express to you.
So I thank you for that comment, and I should respond that you had made some very thoughtful comments on the on how robust the landscaping was, and you had raised issues on, as I recall it, the height of the canopy, where you were concerned that some of the plants that we had presented, I can't recall exactly, but
Telephone pole of respect.
Yeah,
right?
so we
like a white, for example, a hemlock, so it may go up 15, 20 feet, where you essentially have a telephone pole, and then, so if you're on a mountain looking down, it may do a good job, but if you're next door, it probably isn't provide the screening that you may want.
So that's why we incorporated this mix, this array that we did create. Does that present?
As far as, I think I could speak for my client when I say, as long as we're swapping out one tree for another, she wants it to thrive. She wants it to screen.
I would assume so.
Yeah. And
Sure.
so
If it falls down,
it costs
she's
the
not going to be
same.
happy.
It's that, I don't think there's any objection to keeping the same number of plants, just changing out the cedar for the Norway spruce for the cedar.
Well, Atlantic white cedar is this name. Sometimes it goes by cypress, but Atlantic white cedar, and it's a native to the eastern part of the North America, which is where we are.
And to the best of your knowledge, is that reasonably within the same cost band as?
The cost we don't speak to.
I have no idea, and it's not an issue for
curious.
me.
I don't care.
Simply.
Yeah.
It's a well-established native tree that tends to be pretty robust. The one difference from the one you've suggested is that it doesn't grow as quickly. But it grows, and they can be quite high, and they tend to be pretty thick. Again, a tree's a tree. It always varies a bit, like any tree. But I would agree with you with the planting plan, particularly some of the hollies, which tend to have a very low branching, are green all the time, or they're coniferous. They can get relatively high, 10, 12 feet, depending on what you choose. You doing a picket and alternate, they can provide some decent screening. I would concur with that conclusion. But this one item, I would say, might be a superior choice and superior to everyone involved, should the commission in its wisdom decide to approve this.
And just to be clear on my comment, we don't take into account the cost of these recommendations. That's up to the client. Our primary concern is satisfying the concerns of the neighbors and the concerns that we had associated with noise and visual impact of this particular court and how to properly shield it.
And I think it should be recognized that we've had this where we sit today is the product of a lot of discussion.
Yes, agreed.
And we've spent a lot of time, and my response is that we retained Hoffman Landscapes to create this plan, and I'm happy to take that suggestion back.
Right. I think we want to resolve this tonight. Everybody wants to resolve this. Not knowing the cost difference, we do have a duty to our client to not commit to something that's going to be $10,000 instead of $3,000. I can't imagine it's going to be that
per tree.
Yeah, per tree. I can't imagine it's going to be that much of a difference.
So I would just ask, did a landscape architect put this plan together, understanding the charge of why we need screening, and they suggested Norway spruces?
Yeah, we shared all of the commission's input, and this is what they had
It
recommended.
was completed by a licensed landscape architect.
So I think our commitment would be, for our purposes, and I understand the cost is not directly the concern of this commission, but as a practical matter, what we would do is, assuming that they are reasonably comparable, and I know my client is not going to be short-sighted or cheap about this, but as long as it's not unreasonable, we're happy to adopt the recommendation.
I would also note that there's always the total cost of ownership. And so if you have a tree that's susceptible to disease, you have to treat it, which you want to try to avoid because the neighbors and the rest, and that costs you money too. I don't know if you ever had any of your trees treated, but it's not a budget choice often. And having a tree fall down wouldn't do anybody any good. Again, the Norway spruces tend to be more shallow rooted, and we got windstorms here. So as far as the function you seem to be going for, this would seem to be a superior choice, in my opinion. So that's the only point I'm making.
The reason we bring this up is we had a similar issue about a year ago with the YMCA. About a year ago,
Yes, sir.
where with part of the YMCA's expansion with the new pool from 7-8 years ago, whatever that was, there was an entire planting plan and screen wall of planting along the neighbor's line that grew. And it grew tall enough that we ended up with the same exact situation that Mr. Chris is describing, where the bottom 15 feet of the tree was trunk only, and it was complete visibility into the parking lot. And we had to approach the YMCA, and they had to replant and add plantings to fortify that screening. So we're just trying to save the applicant the pain of having to do that in the future.
I
Good thrive either, Mr. Chairman.
Let me suggest this then. Well, this is the same landscaping plan that we had previously produced, but I take the commission's comments, my client and I, Mr. Frangione, take the commission's comments seriously. So what I would suggest is that we substitute the species that you've this
The Atlantic white cedar.
Atlantic white cedar.
Something called cypress.
And we'll incorporate that. We will substitute that. And if there is an issue and it is economically unfeasible, then we will come back to the commission on that issue if we need to. But for the moment, if the settlement is conditioned on substituting that tree this evening with that caveat, then that's acceptable.
My opinion is it will do a better job of what you're trying to achieve.
And we're all
Provide
for that.
We're for that, yeah.
superior issues to dealing with some of the concerns expressed by neighbors.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I have a question. Is Attorney Gelderman still with us?
Yep.
I don't see him.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I just took my face off. That's all.
So I voted against this court last year based on my understanding of the regulations. Tonight, I've heard conflicting testimony, first from the neighbors saying this is 46 feet, I think they said, and a violation of our zoning regulations. But more recently, then we heard from Mr. Frangione say what he's told us in executive session, which is his reading of the regulations says that this is in compliance with our regulations. So can you give us an understanding of your reading of the regulations? And because clearly the neighbor's view and Mr. Frangione's view are at odds, and my vote will hinge on a clear understanding of the regulations.
They're not really at odds. The setback is the setback. However, it can be reduced by way of a special permit. So it is permissible to have a less of a setback if the commission determines through an analysis of health, safety, and welfare that it's appropriate. So the answer is without a special permit, it's 75 feet. But if an applicant suggests a lesser setback from a road or a property line, then it can be approved by this commission in a special permit context.
Well, Pete, the setback in the 2-acre zone is 45 feet. New Canaan has a special regulation that if you want to put something in your front yard, it used to be within 150 feet, it's now
Right.
within 75 feet, that you can come to the commission, we'll consider it, and we can give you a special permit. We can't give you a special permit for something that's inside the setback, inside that 45 feet,
Right.
you go to the ZBA.
Correct.
But for anything between 45 and 75 feet, you can come here and we can give you a special permit.
Correct.
I think it's just important to note for the neighbors that they were heard, that we understand that they feel that this is an exception that has been made. I hear you loud and clear, and I voted against this based on it being an exception. However, as Krista has pointed out, and Mr. Gelderman has pointed out to me, this is allowed within our own rules of a special permit, which have been amended. I may not like the rules, but those are the rules. And so you can put courts within 45 feet, then it takes away some of our arguments against this court. So thank you, attorney. Thank you, Krista.
This is Commissioner Kennard. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I'd like to know from the applicant, we have in the settlement agreement that they can play as early as 6 a.m. and that could include pickleball at 6 a.m. Is it really necessary to allow play so early when people would normally be asleep? Couldn't we adjust that to say 8 a.m.?
I'm up at 5 in the morning all the time.
So we had this discussion with the commission on 2 occasions, and it was our position that we are going to get into a funny area of enforcement when you start regulating I mean, we had agreed to these hours and to no lights and to no evening use, but I think it creates enforcement problems. I think that I don't think that this is something that the commission has done in the past with any private court in terms of regulating these sorts of activities on an activity by activity basis. And I can just hope that everyone is a good neighbor going forward and that we go along and get along. And so I'd be reluctant to commit to that.
In the time I've been here, we have actually set time limits on pickleball courts in particular. And I can cite at least one example, the Field Club and its impact on its neighbors.
We limited the lights. We
limited the lights.
The lights had to shut off.
Well, when they could play, it was important to us, how long is their day and when do they start and when do they end? These are questions we ask all the time.
That's also commercial use in a residential zone. This is a single family private.
Understand when they were impacting their neighbors. It's questions we ask. So don't say we don't ask and don't care.
I said in a private residence.
We never said you don't care.
We care about everything, spruce trees, noise, lights, everything.
Gentlemen, do you have any further
I
comments?
have nothing further other than to, this has been a long process and I want to, under any circumstances, thank the commission for your generous patience and all the thought that went into this and the time.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, we'll have to ask them to sit down and then you can come back to the mic and
Or
go through the formalities. Oh, we're done with public? They were part of.
Yeah, they were let.
I think.
Back and forth.
I would ask Pete, but I mean,
Pete, are we, if there's additional public comment, can we still take more?
Sure, it's not a public hearing. So you have that ability if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, I have no issue with
so
it.
we do have to technically close the meeting at 7 o'clock. I have 6:56 on my watch. So just so everyone's aware that we have to.
Vote on it before 7?
We can carry it over to 7 o'clock if we have to, but we have to, formally stop the meeting at 7.
Yeah, understood. Thank you, gentlemen. Relinquish the desk here. Do you have an additional comment? Please come up to the podium. Yep.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. I think I heard Mr. Green say if the well gets contaminated, my husband's and our well, of course it would be taken care of. Is that what I heard? No. I didn't hear correctly.
I think that the law provides that you would have recourse if you were able to show that this was somehow attributable to this project.
I guess my question would be why I never got a response for my recommendation of a small retaining wall with drainage that would mitigate the risk. And so that was one question. The second question is, and having been on both sides of the fence, I appreciate the amount of work that's been done. But when you say you've resolved or spoken to each one of the concerns, I would have to disagree. The noise has not been resolved. And to hear that pickleball noise at 6 a.m. against our bedroom is still a concern. And my neighbors who are going to hear it on either side. So what I would respectfully disagree, the noise issue hasn't been resolved at all. The trees I get, and I think it's a great solution, but the primary concerns, and the concern is I don't think you can remediate or solve those issues. And so I just think it's important to note. And if my husband's recourse for a contaminated well, and believe me, I've had it surveyed and checked recently, is to litigate, that's really a shame. It's just not the kind of community I'm interested in living in. So to get along with a neighbor is to do what's right for those around them and not have my particular needs dictate everybody else around me having to acquiesce. So that's all I have to say.
I have one further question.
Limit it to 1 minute, please.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to mention, I heard the attorney saying that there would be no additional sound amplification system for the pickleball court. They have, the Tucci's have a very robust sound system for outside that gets played. When it's played, it sounds like it's in our yard. I have to go over continually and ask them to turn it down. Sometimes it gets contentious, and they've been fairly good about it recently. And I have a feeling that I mean, it's right at the pickleball court. So as soon as that pickleball court is approved and in, that sound system will be up and in use as much as possible, as much as it was before. So I just wanted to point that out, that having no sound system added to the pickleball court makes no difference at all. So
I'm sorry, can I
This
address
is-
this public?
Sorry. We need to close this hearing. Thank you very much. You guys are done?
It's not a pickleball court.
Not a pickleball court.
Thank you. So we have to close the special hearing. Pardon?
Yes, we're just closing the special meeting, not hearing.
Sorry, special meeting. We're gonna close the special meeting. Do we need to vote on that or just
adjourn?
Just adjourned? So our 6 o'clock special meeting is adjourned. We are now moving into the 7 o'clock regular meeting. How do you want to and I'll take roll call and do all that over again.
Yes, and then the first agenda item is anything carried over from the 6 o'clock.
Okay.
meeting.
So this is the 7 o'clock regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission on July 30th, 2024. Don't get too comfortable, Art. This is the regular meeting. We will be carrying over one remaining discussion point from the 6 p.m. meeting. I'll take roll call for the 7 o'clock regular meeting. Dan Radman here, Krista Nielsen,
Here.
Art Casavant,
Present.
John Chris here, Chris Herring,
We're in the building.
somewhere in the building, John Engel,
Here.
Paul Knag,
Here.
Tom Benton,
Here.
Christina Larson,
Here.
and Eric Knowles.
Here.
Thanks, Eric. Just so you know, we had already seated Tom and Christina for the open seats for tonight's hearing. Okay, commissioners, we're going to continue the discussion on Rilling Ridge. There was one lady, you had one final comment? Can you please come to
You have-
sorry,
you
you
have
have to come to the podium, state your name and address, and then give us your comment.
Hi, my name is Lillian Worthley. I am a resident of New Canaan, somewhere about 30 years. It is not a pickleball court. This is a tennis court. Look at the specs, look at the size, look at everything. It is a tennis court. I want to speak to the fact that I play pickleball in my driveway with my neighbors. So the neighbors keep saying it's a pickleball court. It's not, it's a tennis court. And you can hit a pickleball on your garage and hit it in your driveway. I mean, you can't, I don't know how you can say it's a pickleball court when it's a tennis court and then not regulate pickleball playing in a driveway. Then are you just going to regulate pickleball playing anywhere in New Canaan because the sound decibel is 80 decibels? I think it's just a very unfair statement. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
I think our public comment session is completed. Commissioners, any discussion and deliberation on this application or in this settlement?
You want Art to step away?
Yeah, you should probably just sit in the audience, make it official.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'll
Yep.
make a motion if I may.
Mhm.
And move we accept the settlement as stated with one exception. The exception would be that in the landscaping plan, all of the Norway spruces would be substituted for an Atlantic white cedar or cypress. So it's clear completely what I'm talking about. It's Chamaecyparis tioides. Let me spell it for you. Chamaecyparis. Thyoides. That's the Latin name. So there's no confusion on the plant material.
Because he's not
Um,
licensed.
I'll do it once more. Chamaecyparis, second word. Thyoides. That's so use Latin name to be precise on exactly what it is. Other than that, I would accept the stipulation as proposed.
Okay, before we have a second on that, Pete, in terms of modifications, is there anything beyond what the condition that Mr. Chris just outlined? Is there anything different that, or in addition to that, that we need to do?
No, just keeping in mind that as a stipulation, it will be, has to be approved by both parties. So assuming that condition or that change is acceptable, then the applicant, through her attorney, will sign off. But there's nothing else that needs to be done. You have the stipulation with that amendment in it. We'll make that change in the copy that gets presumably executed and then presented to the court.
I object to making stipulations by an unlicensed person when this has been reviewed, as to Ms. Carey's point, this has been reviewed by a professional and agreed to by the parties. So to come in at the 12th hour, because John Chris says so, I think is just not the way that this committee wants to work. So do I have to vote against the settlement because he's added items at the 12th hour that
Well,
haven't been
typically-
reviewed or
Sorry,
agreed to by
John.
the parties?
Yeah, sorry, typically the amendment would be voted on. And then if it's adopted, then you would vote on the stipulation. So you would have a first vote on the amendment itself. So John has moved to amend the stipulation. It should be seconded. I didn't hear that it was yet. And then you can have a vote on that, whether the stipulation would be amended.
So to answer your point, Chairman or Commissioner Engel, Mr. Chris's observation and recommendation is based on his experience. He's not a professional, correct? There was a professional that put the plan together, but we as a commission, our responsibility is to review those applications, those designs, those landscape plans, and find any issues that concern us that might present a problem in the future and identify those.
My problem is the timing. This should have been done in the previous meeting when we were in executive session and this information was presented the first time. That's the time to make suggestions, not tonight.
Fair enough, but there appears to be an agreement between the applicant and the commission, specifically Mr. Chris, that the recommendation will be addressed and modified.
So if there's a motion on the floor, let's just vote on whether you should include Commissioner Chris's stipulation, so.
Should be seconded.
Yep.
Do I have a second on the amendment proposed by Mr. Chris? Anybody?
Am I seated for this one?
No, you're not. Commissioners, do I have a second on that amendment? Okay.
Fair enough.
Then it falls.
Fair enough.
Then do I have a motion to approve the application as currently on the table and negotiated with the applicant?
I'll move to approve the negotiated settlement that we've discussed at length.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any conditions?
Conditions.
No conditions, that's right. Okay. I call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Art's sitting out. John Chris,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Is Paul seated for this one?
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
and Christina Larson's also not seated for this, correct? Okay. The settlement passes. For
Can I
this
make
particular-
can I make a comment, Mr. Chairman, to you?
Okay.
I voted for this because of my interpretation of the setbacks, the rules of special permits. But I think the point is well made that what do we as a community want to do about noise levels and pickleball? I think that we should make a recommendation to the town council that they look at this and get further public input as to this, potentially growing problem. It's not something that's in our regulations, so I don't feel like I can vote against pickleball courts all over town. But I do think that the neighbors have made a good point that that this is something that's going to have to be addressed.
Mhm.
But I think it's something that the town council should do through ordinance.
Agree. It's something we've discussed in the upcoming zoning amendments that we're proposing. It's on the agenda for discussion for inclusion. It has not been up until this point. But as everyone knows, the issues associated with this growing sport of pickleball are new and very feverishly growing as we speak. So it's something we will have to concern in the future. But as we heard from the applicant, I believe you're the applicant. No, you're a neighbor. Friend.
That is untrue.
So
That is untrue.
the application, sorry, the application as submitted is noted as a play court / tennis court. It is not noted as a pickleball court. We can only go by what's been submitted. We can only go by what's in our regulations currently. So this item is closed. Thank you. Next item on the agenda. This is in the regular meeting. You can come back. And who else was missing? That was it.
Moving that over, I apologize.
See this.
I just need energy.
About to go dark.
Next item on the agenda is 672 Oak Ridge. Upon application of David Rucci, Lampert Tui Rucci LLC, authorized agent for a Kelly Family Trust owners for a site plan and special permit approval pursuant to sections 6.4.G.1, 6.4.G.2, 6.5.B.4 to allow grading in excess of 1,000 cubic yards, soil disturbance over 10,000 square feet, and to install retaining walls in excess of 4 feet, including one along the westerly property line that will fluctuate between 3 feet and 9'8" in the 4-acre zone at 672 Oak Ridge, map 33, block 32, lot 128. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, David Rucci. We've been here a couple times before, and I'm hoping this will be a little shorter than the last 2 hearings. I'm here tonight with Chris and Laura Kelly. We have Alan Broadbent, who did our landscape design on Zoom, and we have Lynn DeAndrea, who's also on Zoom to talk about the engineering. If you recall from last month, just to give a quick overview, yes, initially we had a wall that was fluctuating between 3 and 9 feet. The commission asked us to really take a good look at some other walls and trying to stagger walls and make them shorter in certain places. We came back last month and we did that. We had 2 sets of walls that were kind of moving up. They're all both about 5 feet now. So even though, you know, when you read off the initial part of this hearing, we don't have a wall anymore anywhere between 3 and 9 feet. They're about 5 feet, the 2 separate walls. And we went through that last week. And if you remember, the only thing that we really didn't have in place at that time was our engineering didn't catch up to that. So the engineering that we had done earlier was on the 9-foot wall. And we had not been able to put together a plan yet to show how the 2 5-foot walls were going to work. We were assured that it was only going to be better than the 9-foot wall, but we actually didn't have those plans in place. So the commission asked that we submit those plans to the town engineer, to the Planning and Zoning Commission, to the 2 neighbors that were concerned about that, which we did about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. We did receive favorable response from the engineering department that we've meeting the drainage policy, and that the walls are, you know, the only thing they asked us to do is that we would have to get a storm opening permit and a street opening permit to connect this drainage now to the street on Country Club. But maybe it'd be easier if I just let Len talk about, you know, give you kind of a brief overview of that, of those plans that are in front of you, Lynn DeAndrea from DeAndrea Engineering. And then the last thing I just wanted to talk about quickly, when the engineer's done, is that Ms. Nielsen and some others were concerned as sort of how this yard was going to look in the back. And so I just have a quick slide at the end of this. This sort of talks about how this is not really just a flat wall, I mean, a flat lawn. And maybe I just misspoke when I was sort of putting this application together, that I was trying to create this like flat backyard, and it's really not that. I mean, we're really using the contours of the lawn, and it's not really this flat area, but I'll let Alan Broadbent talk about that. And then after that, I think that we would be in pretty good shape as far as what we're presenting for this particular application. So is Len on? Can you put him on?
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay, Len, if you could just run through the 2 wall drainage, that would be terrific.
Sure. To start, Len DeAndrea, Connecticut professional engineer with DeAndrea Surveying Engineering, and we provide the surveying and site design work here. David, could you go to probably the next sheet, sheet 104? That's fine, and you might want to blow it up just a tad, if you could. And I'll just run through the changes real quick from our end of it. As you know now, there are 2 walls on the westerly side instead of 1. We like that. The wall height's only 5 feet, and the lower wall towards the westerly property line, you have a section in between for planting, and then you have a 3-foot more like a boulder wall. So that's different. This helps us, it actually stretches out a little bit more, so it helps us again to slow down the movement of sheet flow stormwater, more infiltration ability. At one point, we had the level spreader. That would be our typical overflow discharge from the infiltration array, kind of in the middle of the rear yard. That was a consideration that said, hey, could you relocate that, maybe take it out to the street? We were able to do that, so that level spreader that was proximate to the westerly property line has been eliminated. There was a request to take our retention basin in the southwest corner, and that's a little bit of a depression. Could you make that, the walls of that, a little higher for a little bit more of a freeboard? We did that for them. Then we also added a storm drain manhole in the street, just down from the street catch basin that exists that ties into the street drainage system. We suggested that, and the engineer from McCord Engineering thought that was a great idea too. So we did that so that we weren't tying everything into the catch basin. And as you know, catch basins are designed to catch debris and silt and sands off the road and can clog. So we thought that was a better way to protect this whole system integrity by separating the two. Now the basin ties into the storm drain manhole sits over the existing pipe. One of the other things that we had not done and have now since done is we then took this new design, the new grading plan, reran our drainage model and came out with a similar result, if not better. And then we have submitted that to the town engineer, and she's had a chance to review it and has no issue with its design with these changes. So I think we've addressed everything that the neighbor's engineer had suggested. It was a good working relationship. There was one more request that was made mention to us in this letter dated July 29th from the Rucci Law Group. It says, hey, could you add another line of defense, another line of silt fence along that westerly property line? We've already discussed that with the group, and that's certainly an easy thing to do and just another added protection during the construction phase. Remember, that's temporary, so it's just there until all the work is done and then the site is stabilized. And that's the overview. Certainly here for questions.
Is there a, this is Chairman Radman, is there a revised planting plan that goes along with the modified retaining wall solution?
Well, sure is, and I'll turn that over to Alan.
Yeah.
Correct. A planting plan was submitted with our revised wall system at the prior hearing. And since the wall systems have not changed between the last meeting and today, the planting plan remains the same that we're proposing.
Gotcha. And then the wall systems now, what are it's two-tiered wall system. What is the maximum height on each of those walls?
Maximum height on the lower wall is 60 inches, 5 feet, 0 inches. Maximum height on the boulder retaining is 3 feet, 36 inches.
Okay. Each one of which will have as shown on your section in your planting plan, each one of which will have a continuous band of planting in front of it.
That's correct.
Okay. Anything further?
Yeah, I just wanted to, Alan, do you want to run through the last diagram that's in your packet?
Sure, happy to.
On the screen now. We just thought it might be helpful to sort of give a real overview of exactly what we're doing here, because it is important to note that a lot of this lawn and slope is remaining the same in the sense of how the topography is working. So it's a nice gradual flow, but Alan Broadbent's put together this particular slide if you want to go through it, Alan.
Sure. So the proposed grading on this site will very much embrace and allow for natural slopes to exist and coexist with the proposed area that would be a manipulated area. And so we prepared this diagram just to help depict the proportions of those two areas. So on the left and wrapping around, you have the lighter green. The lighter green color, which indicates the areas that the slopes range from, I'm going to use my other slide, can't read that, 2.5% to 20%, much of which is existing to remain. Others are to be created at those percentages. In other words, there are many dips, valleys, and slopes throughout over 80%, 84% to be exact, of the rear yard area. The area that we are proposing to create as a flat usable space and the grades in that area hover between 2.5% and 6.5% slope. And that area clocks in at 16% of the entire rear yard. We thought this was important to show because there was a characterization through commentary at a prior meeting that we were flattening the entire backyard, which is absolutely not true. We're proposing to create a usable area that is very well proportioned to existing sloped and naturally contoured spaces throughout the property at large.
I don't know if there's any questions about that for Alan. And I think a part of the commentary was that I had put into my application also that we were flattening out the backyard. So I can take some of the blame for that as well. Yes, it's technically my fault.
So I didn't have anything else. I mean, the only thing that I would mention briefly, and it was brought up at the last meeting, is that we are asking for a special permit now for the 3-to-1 grade. Because of the way the design is now, and Sarah and I talked about that before, but that wasn't actually in your first, when you read off the application. We're basically now grading, 3-to-1 within a portion of the setback, which you need a special permit for as well. And that's basically due to the fact that we have these 2 walls now, rather than just the 1 wall where we weren't gonna need that before.
And the area of that 3-to-1 grading, to highlight that would be the area that I'm circling with my yellow lasso. So it would be between the boulders and the beginning of the flat area above it.
And we have received positive feedback from the Peretz. And we had reached out to Attorney Green, and I think that he's reviewed everything. And I had not heard anything negative from his client on the drainage plan. And when I had spoken with him last month, he just wanted to make sure that the drainage plan was submitted and accurate and put in properly into the commission record, which is we've done now.
Mr. Rucci, have the abutters been notified of the additional special permit request?
Well, not at the public hearings, they've been advised of it, yes, but I don't send out a new notice because the public hearing is still going on.
What was
this? I don't re-notice that part of the special permit. I've essentially actually reduced my 9-foot wall, which I needed a special permit for, to sort of swap off the 3-to-1 grade.
Okay, so before I get to the technical question about the special permit, have the abutters been notified of the reduced wall plan?
Yes.
Thank you. And were there any specific additional comments from any of the abutters?
I think they were much more pleased with the 2-wall system than the larger wall. The larger wall was not something that they were thrilled with to begin with, regardless of the screening. So they were much happier with the 2-wall system. We have worked with the Peretz, who are the closest neighbor, on sort of a landscape plan with them. It doesn't necessarily affect this particular commission.
Add to that, Attorney Rucci, we had a great meeting. The homeowners, Chris and Laura Kelly, and I met with Mr. Perret. We walked this proposed plan with him and showed him where the 2 walls would be and made it very clear how this would be put together, and he was very satisfied with our meeting.
And his attorney has put in a letter of support for that as well.
Thank you. I just read that. I haven't seen it before.
Anything further, Mr. Rucci?
No.
Commissioners? Any additional questions or comments?
One from my side, Commissioner Benton. I didn't hear the height of the second wall, the smaller of the 2.
3 feet.
And the larger one is 5?
5.
And the original proposal was close to 9, so
3 to 9, it sort of went up, and it was not about 9.8 at its highest point.
And is there plantings between that's going to shield that wall from the neighbors?
The low wall, there already is significant plantings down there, if you recall.
Between the
3 and the 5, yes.
Yeah, there is a planting plan that was submitted at the prior meeting depicting the planting between the 2 walls.
What is the lower wall constructed of? We got an engineering understanding of the 9-foot wall, but I just wondered, is this a block wall? Is this a cement wall? Is it poured? What is the lower wall?
The lower wall is proposed as a fieldstone retaining wall. So this is a very different application than our very first one, which was an engineered block wall. This is now a natural stone wall.
So I just want to point out that this was all reviewed at the June hearing. So if any commissioner missed the June hearing and did not have time to review the tapes or the materials from that hearing, you should not vote tonight.
Correct. Commissioners, anything further?
I just wanted it on the record that the wall changed.
Anything further, Mr. Engel?
Nope, I'm good.
This application is closed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Later, we can vote now.
Should we vote on that now or wait until the end?
Wait until the end because we're in the middle of the public hearing.
Next item on the agenda is 30 Woodridge Circle, application of Emerald Rojas, authorized agent for Paul Di Gaetano, owner for a special permit approval pursuant to section 3.4.C.3. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I missed one. I've got one above us. Sorry about that. Next application is 72 Park Street, item 3 on the agenda. Upon application of Richard Hewitt, authorized agent for Sig Fiona, owners, for a special permit approval pursuant to section 4.2.D.1 to allow the White Buffalo under new ownership to expand their outdoor dining and approval for music outdoors twice a week from May 1st through October 31st in retail A zone at 72 Park Street, map T, block 43, lot 829. Good evening. Please state your name, introduce yourself and address and what your relationship to the application is.
My name is Richard Hewitt. I'm the owner of the White Buffalo, and it's 72 Park Street.
Chris Meyer, also owner of White Buffalo, 72 Park Street.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I guess I'll start because we were here 2 months ago and we had a long meeting about having music, outdoor music at the White Buffalo. And there was several complaints regarding that music. We discussed everything in detail, took all your input, came to an agreement with conditions that if we follow these conditions for the next 2 months, that we could get full approval for outdoor music. There was a certain decibel level that we had to keep under, which I was in charge of measuring at least 3 times during every event that we had outdoors at White Buffalo. We've submitted a full Excel spreadsheet showing all the readings, all the times of the readings, the dates.
Keep going.
Whether it was amplified or acoustic. Unfortunately, some of the amplified nights were canceled due to rain or a band canceling on us. We had 2 amplified events and the rest were acoustic. During that time, I did try to test it out. Even when it was with acoustic, I would have to have them push their decibel level to the limit of the 80 decibels. I measured at 3 different main spots. One was the parking lot up above the White Buffalo at 72 Park Street, where there's some residential areas, which were some of the complaints were coming from. The other spot was right next to the band. And then the third spot was out on Elm Street, where some other complaints were coming from. So you can see all the decibel levels that were measured. Where they were, Elm Street is basically outside of the White Buffalo on the street. The parking lot is where, I don't know if you're familiar with the parking lot above White Buffalo. Are you all familiar with that? I was, with the parking lot, we seem to have the lowest decibel, which I basically did not hear any type of sound when I was walking to the very end where the residential areas were reporting problems. I think it was due to us rearranging where the music was being played as far as the speakers and the directions. I think it also helped that we were informing the bands to keep it down to a certain level. So I think as far as the conditions, we followed all conditions. We register if there's any complaints. We do not have any complaints throughout the 2 months. We've talked to our neighbors. We seem to have a good relationship with our neighbors. We feel we've accomplished what we set out to do. And we think we should get full approval for what we're asking for.
Commissioners, any questions? Sorry, just to clarify, the current stipulation that you're running under was 2 events a week, is that right?
Yeah, so it was 2 events a week, 1 night of amplified music permitted Friday or Saturday between 7 and 10, and then 1 night of acoustic between Thursday and Sunday.
What are you asking for now? I know what what we've been doing for the last 6 weeks, but what are you asking for going forward? More of the same?
More of the, basically, still the 2 nights a week with the possibility that if the decibel level, a lot of the bands, they didn't want to play because they know that they can't keep it under a certain level, which most bands of amplified cannot keep it under 90 decibels. With the fact that we showed 80 decibels and how quiet it was at the end of the alley and up in the parking lot, if there's any chance of that number going up slightly is one ask. And the other one was, instead, we'd like to, if one of the 2 events per week could possibly be a Sunday afternoon, a couple times here and there on specific, only a couple times. There's certain times, certain events that happen during the daytime in town that have a lot of people out during the day. And there's a lot of places in the area that do a Sunday afternoon happy hour musical thing or whatever. Acoustic wise, it would be during the day. We're not looking to stick some heavy band on a Sunday afternoon. But basically the same thing that we've been doing.
Sarah, have we gotten any letters of, any additional letters of support or opposition?
We just received the 1 letter that was posted
was it?
online. Yep. And you should take public comment tonight
Yep.
at some point.
Commissioners, anything additional? Further questions for the applicant?
Well, just wanted to clarify that further ask that you said there in terms of amplified bands needing to play a little louder. So I think 80 was the threshold that you were using for the table that you referenced.
We went with the 80 decibel as the threshold, which you guys had asked us to stick to
That was a condition.
with as like the condition or whatever.
Yeah.
If being that what we have shown, if there's a possibility of it being pushed a little bit higher.
So, I mean, just for our reference point, is 90 like what you're asking, or is it 100 or 110? Like, can you just give us a little flavor as to what is the kind of?
I think 90 was
About 90 to like 95 maybe would be like the threshold. And that would be with it being amplified, if we had to stick to strictly on like a Friday or Saturday night before 10 o'clock, so it's not really affecting anybody. That's fine. We're just trying to see, like, a lot of amplified bands that play, they have a hard time.
No, I understand. I just wasn't
Especially
sure what
once you
you've
have, like-
experienced. So
yeah.
that's helpful. So just understanding the 90. Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, I only heard you guys 1 night up at my house. And I was out of town for a lot of June and July then, but if you were doing acoustic, that's probably why I didn't hear it as much. But otherwise, you know, it was a lot better this year than last year as far as.
You might have asked what night was it? Do you have any? I'm just curious because
It was May. It was right at the end of May. And around, but they stopped at 10 o'clock. I do recommend it, but yeah, I can hear it up at.
How many events total to date have you had this year?
We had 7 events, so we had 4 canceled. I mean, that's what happens as well. I mean,
Yeah,
we asked for a certain number of events, but a lot of these do get canceled through rain or band canceling on
But
us.
7 events did happen.
Yes, during those 60
We
days.
had
yeah.
11 scheduled.
Can I ask, how is the circulation working in the courtyard area in terms of access and traffic? And do you feel like you've arranged or reached a good working?
Yeah, that's completely been corrected.
We haven't had any issues with it. There haven't been at night because we've been having somebody out there. Mostly Chris has been out there. We've been monitoring any like with like cars trying to pull back there. We'll stop them and like not letting them. We put up signs and stuff that we hang
And
that have,
ropes.
like, and the ropes and everything
Going
that
in and
like
out.
blocked off. have now kept everybody like keeping people inside the ropes, not like all over the area. And so far it's been worked out well. And I think it has to do with the fact that we have somebody out there every time we do an event.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I know that was an issue at one point, so thanks.
We have loyal customers that help us out too. They know what's going on and they want to keep, they want to help us out and they tell people as well. So that's.
Sarah, I guess this is a question for you. I'm not sure if I understand what the request is before us tonight. And in fairness to the applicants, I mean, I see a helpful response on the items that we had raised earlier, but then we've got an ambiguous request for, actually two requests, one ambiguous, one not, for a relief on the decibel level, and then a second question on Sundays. Do we actually have an application that we can act on with respect to the requests?
Yes, you do. And what happened was the condition of approval from the special permit was that the approval was only valid through July 30. And so this is them coming back from the conditional approval to.
I understand that, but is the request for 90 decibels? I mean, do we actually have a 90? I mean,
So the special permit request is for outdoor entertainment, and the commission found that 80 decibels was reasonable to allow outdoor entertainment. That was the trial. So no one goes to ask specifically for a certain decibel amount. It was just you all had found from the previous year's approval that not regulating decibel was a problem. So this is just to set conditions to ensure that the special permit request is not negatively impacting the adjacent.
right, but this gets precisely to the earlier pickleball discussion and the decibel regulation question and the lack of a town ordinance on this. I don't know how we can actually appropriately respond to the White Buffalo folks without a decibel requirement, right?
You could make the stipulation just like we did.
I understand I could, but I'd much prefer the applicant to.
But he didn't.
Okay, thank you.
You actually have. Reading through the testimony, we have two suggestions. The applicant has asked us to modify it with an increase in events and an increase in decibels. And a spokesman for the neighbors has asked us to extend it at the current level. So those are two suggestions that have been made to us, but we could pick a third.
Commissioner Chris, just so I understand everything. So according to Ms. Carey's notes ahead of time, you can play music once a week.
Twice a week, once amplified, once non-amplified.
Which points relevant on Tuesday, one night of amplified, and it must be Friday or Saturday between 7 and 10. And the application you're making is to expand it from May 1st to October 31st. But that as far as restrictions on time of day,
We don't want it. The only one that the Friday and Saturday nights are perfect. We have no problem with that. We don't have a problem with any of it. We were just seeing if the one non-amplified, the acoustic one, if I didn't do it on Thursday night, could I do it on Sunday afternoon? Not asking to do it more times. It's twice a week. If we have the option to do it on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. The amplified can only be done on Friday or Saturday, which is perfectly fine. And the non-amplified could be done any one of those days. If on a Sunday, instead of it being 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock at night, because there are more people out during the day, enjoying the day, could that one be in the afternoon?
So that's the only variant.
It's not, we're not asking for more, trying to change for an additional ask. We just wanted to know if it would be possible to be allowed to do it on Sunday afternoon, not a Sunday night, as the one non-amplified per week.
Go ahead.
So can I make a suggestion in terms of terminology here? So what I'm hearing you say is you still want to run two a week, but kind of building on Chris's comment, I believe, you almost want to have a rain date concept that if if it's a Friday night that you were going to run the acoustic, it's going to rain, so you're going to reschedule that Sunday morning or reschedule that Thursday and have the flexibility to shift.
Yeah, I mean, we lose it. We'll lose one if we lost a couple because of rain.
Yeah.
Maybe that particular band had the opportunity that is not amplified to play on Sunday afternoon. Would that be a possibility? So we still get our twice a week. We're not asking for more than the twice a week.
I see. But okay, thank you.
What time would you suggest starting on Sunday? If you could.
Anywhere between 1 and 5.
Okay.
Of the 1, 2, 3, the 7 dates where you did have events, which of the dates was the amplified event?
Well, June 29th and July 13th. Was amplified. June 22nd was supposed to be, and July 27th was supposed to be amplified as well.
And were those satisfactory?
Yes, we had no issues at all with those.
Down to 2 of them. The other 2 were canceled because of weather.
Right. But for example, the noise level readings in particular, I'm just going by image A, which is usually the one in the alley right in front of the stage. For that event on June 29th, it was at 85 decibels instead of 80. And similarly for the July 13th, that same, well, actually images are a little different on that one. Yeah,
Like I
that
said,
one, it's at 84.
Well, like I said, there were times when I asked the bands to push it to see, what noise level would work for the area. So, I mean, I couldn't tell them exactly how far, but sometimes they would go over, and I wanted to show that, it was going above 80 occasionally, but we still had no issues with any noise complaints. And I was walking out to the Elm Street numerous times, and I don't think it affected the nearby businesses at all. Personally, I didn't get that from anybody. We even had a high-ranking member of the town congratulate us on how well we've been doing, who was having dinner there. So I think we went out of our way to prove that we can be responsible, and we were taking into consideration our neighbors' issues and trying to correct those as best we could. So yeah, that's why we're asking for slightly higher decibel levels, because I feel like we are responsible enough to, if it does cause an issue, we'll address it.
We were able to pretty much police it, which I think it was you made the comment of us policing ourselves in the originally, and I feel we policed ourselves pretty well, keeping control, changing the setup, doing different things to get it to be acceptable and people having a good time and not having any complaints over the last couple of months.
Yeah, Commissioner, I can say, Chris, I saw you out there probably at least 4 or 5 times doing your reading, so I know you guys took it seriously.
And also, I would just like to reiterate the barrier. It's the simple strap barrier that you put out there, but it's a good thing that it's out there in order to just act as a visual barrier to keep people out of that drive lane. I think that helps a lot.
On your spreadsheet on the July 18th date, which I understand was acoustic, I'm thinking this might be a typo, but it does say under any complaints, it says complaint.
Yes, sorry.
Were there complaints?
No, there wasn't. No, that was a typo.
Okay, no
Yes.
complaints.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Sorry, thanks for.
So by all accounts, your account and the neighbor's account, the last 6 weeks were a success. And it seems to me that we could approve based on that success. But your modification seems to suggest, but you haven't said it, that you want to run a second test at a higher decibel. Is that what you're asking us, to try it for a period of time and come back to us? Or are you saying, give us a higher decibel based on what we know now? Because it says in the neighbor letter that we don't have enough information to evaluate what amplified music impact on the neighborhood would be. So are you asking us to run a second test, a second longer test, you know, a 6-month test at 90, 6-month test up to 100 or something? Or are you saying we're tired of coming back to the commission? Just say, you know, mission accomplished, solved, and let us just work it out with the neighbor and keep the stipulations the way they are and have you just work it out with your neighbors going forward, where you wouldn't have to come back to us.
Not gonna lie, I would love to tell you that I don't want to come back here again. I mean, this is like the 4th time we've done this, but I mean, whatever it is that we would need to do, I mean, dealing with the neighbors, if it's something that, you know, I mean, I think we've kind of now, ever since the new ownership and ever since we took over, and like we've been communicating with people way much better than it ever was in the past, and that was a big issue. So now I think being able to communicate with them more freely and being willing to them to talk with us and actually come and say something, I think that that goes a long way, where we can try to, you know, talk to them and be like, hey, we're going to try this. If it doesn't work, let us know. We're more than happy to go back to, you know, take it to the norm, like the level.
I think the commission, and I know Ms. Carey has said to me, and same as you, we would rather you not come back. We would rather you just work it out with your neighbors and talk to them about the difference between 80 and 90 and 93 looks like. So I'm happy to not have you come back and answer the question of how many dates and which dates tonight and not have them come back. Sarah says prefer not to run another experiment.
I prefer not to see, I prefer all applicants work it out on their own and not have to come to us. Make our evenings a lot shorter. But I think given the last 3 months, 2.5 months of this experiment, and given the successful readings and experiences that you guys have documented with the decibel readings, but also the fact that we've had very little, no complaints from the neighbors, just a, you know, an email of concern, but not necessarily a complaint. It speaks a lot to what you've been able to do to try and help resolve this issue. And I think the ask at this point is fairly straightforward one. It's just a modification to the Sunday hours for unamplified music, right? The duration, is this different than what was originally proposed from May 1st through October 31st? Was that always part of their conditions? I thought it was shorter.
No, so one iteration, it was, I think, just 2 nights per week, and it was even longer than May to October. So that's pretty standard. That's also more restrictive than outdoor dining. So.
Okay. Do you have anything further to add? Commissioners, anything further?
I'm just confused. Are we considering going above 80 decibels?
You can decide that in deliberation.
Okay.
But
We haven't landed anywhere right now.
Haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
it's public comment, don't forget.
Yeah. Okay. Public comment on this one. Is there anyone in the public, either in the audience, that would like to speak on this one? Or on Zoom? Anyone on Zoom that would like to speak to this application? Okay. Okay. Close it. Yeah. Thank you very much. This application is closed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, new items. 30 Woodridge Circle. Upon application of Emma Rojas, authorized agent for Paul Di Gaetano, owners for a special permit approval pursuant to section 3.4.c.3 to allow a conversion of a detached garage to a detached accessory dwelling unit in the 2-acre zone at 30 Woodridge Circle, map 27, block 206, lot F86.
Yeah, and I'm recused.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, Kurt Lowenstein. I'm a licensed professional engineer in Connecticut with Land Tech. Our offices are located on Riverside Avenue in Westport. And I'm here on behalf of the homeowners, Brian and Francesca of 30 Woodbridge Circle. We're before you this evening for a special permit application here for a conversion of an existing detached structure to an accessory dwelling unit. This property.
May I interrupt for just one moment? There's just in the application, there are two different names as to who owns the property.
Yeah, so that was just an accident on our end administratively. We put the previous owner's name on the agenda, but
Okay.
yeah, that was on our end.
Just a
An
change of
administrative
property
error.
ownership.
Yeah.
Two different family names. I wanted to make sure we're clear.
We're with the
Thank
right
you.
one here, yeah.
Okay.
So the property existing fully developed single-family residence, detached structure. This property lies in a 2-acre zone. It is conforming from a bulk zoning perspective on all aspects of the property currently. The detached structure in question was approved under a special permit in 2016 because of its location. It does meet the principal building setbacks, but as an accessory structure, it does not adhere to the full 75 feet. So that same structure, same footprint, no expansion. We're proposing to essentially renovate it and enclose the existing porch to meet the definition of an accessory dwelling unit. It will, as you've seen on the architecturals, it does have all the amenities of an ADU, but it is the intention of my clients, the property owners, that they're going to use this as their home office. They both have young children, so sometimes it's easier just working from home. So this gives them that amenity space separate from the primary residence where their children will be during the day. It's on well and septic. We have approval for a brand new separate septic system for this detached structure. The existing septic system will remain, existing well will remain. Again, no expansion in footprint here. So from a stormwater perspective, we have an exemption for that because we're not increasing the impervious area. In the record, you'll see that there's a letter that was submitted to the town engineer for that exemption. Other than that, yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I think this is a pretty straightforward conversion of an existing structure that we have.
Commissioners, any questions?
Where are you parking the cars?
In the corner, if you'd like, I could bring the plan around for you to take a look at, but on site, yes,
Outside,
correct.
no garage.
Just state your name.
Make sure the light's on.
You got it.
Brian Treacher, 30 Woodward Circle. We also have a 3-car garage.
You're speaking about for the
Attached.
ADU, correct?
Yeah.
ADU.
Yeah.
Parking spot in front of the ADU that used to be
Correct,
the
and there's
driveway?
also a little finger off of the edge there as well that has sufficient space for any parking for that ADU.
Okay. Is there a plan to rent this ADU?
I'll let Mr. Treacher speak on that.
No.
Simple answer. Commissioners, anything additional?
This is Commissioner Chris, I want to discuss the letter received from a Brian Treacher, and there's Treacher. That's you, sir?
Yep.
Okay. Sharing your letter, it was response to a note from a Rick Marder with some concerns about imposition on their property, if I can use a broad term. I'm wondering if there are any thoughts from you regarding potential ways to perhaps ameliorate this through maybe a landscaping plan or some other architectural details. Any thoughts you care to share?
We haven't really given that any thought yet. It's the same. We have talked to them. We've spoken back and forth. We are not changing the existing structure, which was currently there when we bought the house. But something we consider. But there, it is fairly well blocked with, I don't know what kind of trees there are, but we have a lot of trees that are in between us
And so for the changes, again, Commissioner Chris, again, the changes that you're going to essentially enclose the house, and I think, any changes to the roof line or anything else at all? So it's
No,
the
the
same
aesthetic-
envelope.
The
as
aesthetic from the
is.
street doesn't change. The porch actually that's being enclosed is on the opposite side of the structure. So from the streetscape and from any neighbor's perspectives, the structure as it has been in 2016 when it was approved and built, and when the Treachers bought the property, that remains unchanged. It's really just an interior retrofit essentially.
Right. Thank you.
So just to be clear, what, I guess, in terms of making an accessory dwelling unit, what specifically are you adding that's not there currently? Is it the cooking? Is it the bathroom? Is it the what's?
Correct. It'll be fitted to where it could be used as an accessory apartment, if you will. It'll have a kitchen. It does have 2 rooms that could be used as a potential bedroom. But again, the intent is to use it as a home office. So on the floor plans, if you're looking at it, where it shows bedrooms, those essentially would be their office.
Right. So is any of that there now, or is there anything in terms of like, I'm just looking at kind of how our code defines like what a dwelling unit is, right? And it needs to have like cooking, eating, sanitation, sleeping.
Right.
And are any of those there now, or any of those lacking? So it would all just be creating.
I believe so. It's just a garage now, correct?
Hold it down. There we go.
Leave it on.
You can let go now. Just leave it on, yeah.
I'll leave it on. Yeah, there's nothing in there right now. It's a
garage,
It's a
basically.
garage.
Unfinished space.
So we're just finishing it off, the interior.
Okay.
Can you talk a little about where the mechanicals will be for the building? Because I was looking at the plans and I see the interior and I see the connection to septic, but one thing that often can be problematic is AC compressor, heat pump in a inappropriate or troublesome location. Can you I don't see them cited on the plans.
Gotcha. Yeah, they would be located in the rear of the structure. I know we don't have one, that we certainly could add that. If that was as a condition approved, we certainly could highlight that, but I would anticipate them being on the rear side of the structure, so they wouldn't be visible from the street. And
When
if
you say
they-
rear, just because there are a couple of different rears in this situation, would that be, would that be the where
more on the
porch
porch
is?
side of the structure,
Okay.
yeah, and even if it was on the, let's see, if we're looking at the plan, this would be to the north of the structure, on the short end of the porch there would be sufficient screening around it, if they were to go that, but again, I'm thinking it'll be on the porch side of it.
We also don't regulate mechanical equipment in the front yard. It has to meet setback requirements, but that 75 feet front yard setback doesn't apply to mechanical equipment.
So you're saying it'll most likely be on the west side of the building,
Correct.
but screened?
Yes, it could be screened. I'm saying if it weren't on the west and say it was on the northern side of the structure where it could potentially be visible from Woodridge Circle, it could be sufficiently screened.
Gotcha.
We also look favorably on like all electric buildings, or, do you anticipate it being gas heated or electric, or is it oil, or what's the HVAC plan?
Gotcha. I don't know, I mean, unless you have an idea, I think it's a little premature on some of those decisions, but I think point well taken, something to consider
Okay.
For the structure.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, anything further?
Sorry, one more. I was just looking at the septic leach field. And this is more question for you, Sarah. Is it appropriately set back from the lot line?
We do not regulate setbacks for underground systems, including septic. So it's all health department approval, no planning and zoning approval.
The public health code does regulate that as far as setback, and we do meet the required setbacks for
Okay, perfect. So
for
you see
septic
that
system.
the health department approved that? It
That's
just looked
correct.
closer to the border than I'm used to seeing, so thank you.
Question from my side. I see you have lighting that's attached to the building. Do you have any floodlights that are going to be shining toward the street? It'll be attached to the building.
No.
Commissioners, anything further? Okay, do we have anyone from the public that would like to speak to this application? Please come up to the podium, state your name and your address.
I'm Rick Martyr, and I'm the across the street neighbor from the Treachers, the author of that one letter that was submitted against the proposal. First of all, I would like to apologize for the tone of my response on that letter. I thought some plain speak was called for, but perhaps it tainted my message. Our neighbors association comprised of Woodard Circle, Woodard Drive, Stonehenge Drive, Wellesley Drive, and Sherwood Lane is comprised of 52 homes on 2-acre lots. There are currently 20 outbuildings classified as cabanas, sheds, garages, barns, and a pool house, which are all purpose-built structures for storage or recreation. This would be the first accessory residence structure, setting a precedent for a second residence to be built on the property. Change comes incrementally, and the first is never the last. Trends are started. Would we be okay with 52 accessory residence structures built someday in the future throughout the neighborhood? What is good for one owner should be projected to what if every owner affects to go that way? What is that what we're inviting? 40% of the current owners in our association have lived there 5 years or less, 67% 15 or less, and 92% 30 years or less. The average number of years current owners have remained in their house is 12.2 years. The median is 8.5. These occupancy longevity figures are more or less in line with historical turnover for the neighborhood. Basically, turnover is and always has been fairly high. With this precedent, every time there is a turnover, there's a chance a new owner will also find it attractive to build an accessory residence structure on their property too. Perhaps it proves to marginally increase the value of their property, considering the accessory residence structure's flexible utility and the trends towards the cost of housing. It could be an office or an accessory dwelling unit for the parents, but it could also be legally or illegally used for au pair housing as a rental or even an Airbnb, all changing expectations of what 2-acre zoning is supposed to be. Of course, there are some accessory residential structures that are appropriate, set back in the property in a private setting, but this one in the corner of the property, close to 2 property lines and the street, set back just enough to barely comply with the setback limits. Those septic tanks, leaching areas, and air conditioning units fall into the setback zone, very close to the street and just across the street from our front yard. Both our neighbors directly behind our house and also on one side have both enlarged their primary residence to accommodate requirements for extra residential space. They did not sprawl out into the remote structures on the property to accommodate the family's changing needs. Both houses also have outbuilding structures very close to the property line. I'm glad they opted to leave those structures alone and attach on to what they have. The applicant has better options which don't set the neighborhood on a path of construction that can never be reversed. Of course, I'm not addressing the applicant's rights. All I'm doing in response to a letter informing me about this project is putting in my 2 cents and hoping reason prevails, and by some miracle, it will just go away.
Thank you. Any other further comment, public comment? Please come up to the podium, state your name and address.
I'm Sandy Redden. I'm the direct neighbor. I have the longest property line between the applicant and anybody on the street. And I'd like to be in favor of this and go into some detail, but as a commissioner on inland wetlands, just want to make sure it's okay that I speak.
As long as you represent yourself.
Okay, so I'm representing myself and my family, some of which are here tonight. So the Treachers moved in. They've been an incredible add to the neighborhood. We have cut a path between our 2 yards, and we see them on birthdays. We see them during the day when they work from home. They have a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old that bicycle and cruise around. It's unbelievable what these two are doing. They're exactly what New Canaan is looking for. Now, one of them is in the media business, and she is 24/7. Sometimes she is working late into the night to produce things that we're all watching, right? So they don't want to interrupt their 1-year-old or the 3-year-old. Brian works from home 2 days a week, and I see him for coffee. So I know what they're building that structure for. My family is the one that's most impacted. We look directly at it, and it's no impact to us. We're very much in favor of them doing this. I understand why they're doing it. I don't think it's a negative impact to the neighborhood. I have also spoken to Rick. I have talked to 7 neighbors. Some people don't want to put letters forward, but 3 others did. So in the association, I would say the majority of the association has said, it's unfortunate that one neighbor wrote something that was rather personal and aggressive because he thought he might be affected. Now I know at least one commissioner used to live on the circle. So you know the planting. You guys approved my accessory structure. Thank you very much. Come over and see it. We've done all the natural planting. You can't see his structure from the road. It's all natural. I mean, you can't see it. I can't see it from my yard. We're both talking about the trees that we're losing right now from this disease coming in. I think it's the birch trees. I'm going to lose 43 on my land, and I'm going to replant. Now, between us, we've got hickories, we've got birch, we've got oak, we've got maple, and I am training him, and he's having a blast doing landscaping and understanding really what's indigenous to this area. It's unbelievable. I'm loving having a neighbor like this. So I'm for this application, and I think I'm representing a number of people in the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Anyone here in the audience or on Zoom? Okay. Anything further from your side?
No, and thank everybody for their time. I mean, I think you get a balance of in favor and, concerns. I can certainly appreciate the concerns, but I think from a neighborhood perspective, we're looking at a structure that's not changing in its visual appearance, and it's going to be a great amenity to a young family like this. So I'm really hoping we can move forward from here and get this thing constructed so that they can continue on with this project. Thank you, everyone.
Commissioners, anything further?
I had one clarifying point for the plan. One of the things that we're very keen on is just lot coverage and understanding lot coverage changes. And, within the 2-acre zone, you have approximately 5,400 of buildable coverage, and the current build out is 3,700. So there's a decent ceiling. And it says the proposed structure will be the same 3,700. So you still will keep the lot coverage the same.
No change.
And when you enclose the porch, was the porch already incorporated in that lot coverage? Because at times even grade porches are not included in that. So
The size of the porch as it stands now, even not being enclosed, is included in that number, if you will.
okay, great. That was what I was trying to clarify, because sometimes those are not incorporated into the
Right,
coverage.
if
if
it's like
they're-
a small little portico roof or
Yeah,
something.
okay, I gotcha.
I also had a question. This is Christina Larson.
Yes.
Are you proposing 2 bathrooms in the structure, and what is the reason for 2 bathrooms if it's not proposed to be a residence?
I'll take it. Me and my wife work from home at the same time sometimes. And it would be better that way.
I have my space, he has his space. We don't need to see each other during the day.
Let's just leave it at that.
that answer your question? Ms. Larson?
Okay, thank you.
And just as a point of clarification from one of the comments that we heard, accessory dwelling units are allowed in this zone on these size properties, provided the list of criteria in section 3.3 is satisfied, right? Everything from size of dwelling, ADU, coverage, setbacks, use has to be by the same owner, et cetera. So
I would note also, Mr. Chairman, that the state of Connecticut passed a law to make ADUs available by right, and municipalities had an opportunity to override that, and I believe this commission did. So the ADU falls within our purview in order to regulate these matters.
Correct.
So it's not as of right, it's strictly a local decision by this commission.
anything further, commissioners? Okay, this application is closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
98 Skyview Lane. Upon application of Rob Frangione Engineering LLC, authorized agent for Matthew Sparacino, owner for special permit approval pursuant to section 6.4.G.1 and 6.4.G.2 to allow importation of fill in excess of 1,000 cubic yards and land disturbance in excess of 10,000 square feet in the 2-acre zone at 98 Skyview Lane, map 25, block 2, lot 13. Mr. Frangione.
Good evening. For the record, Rob Frangione Engineering. Sarah, do you need to make me a panelist or anything? Be able to share if I need to? Okay, hopefully I don't need to. And it's nice to see that there's not an angry mob here. Hopefully this will be a little bit easier.
Tiger.
With me tonight on Zoom is Paul Fusco, the landscape architect. We're both representing the Sparacinos, seeking a special permit to disturb over 10,000 square feet and import more than 1,000 cubic yards of material. What we're proposing is a series of retaining walls that are 4-foot block walls. They'll be planted in between them. This is in order to give the owner a little more yard space behind the pool and a small patio area. The area of disturbance for the walls and patio is only about 6,200 square feet, but we need to be able to get to it. And so that access route coming all the way across to the back, that's what triggers the 10,000 square foot disturbance.
Ah,
okay. So,
Again?
so here,
again.
so the back, so where the actual work is, the walls themselves and the dirt and the trees and the patio, it's only about 6,200 square feet in that confined area. But we need to be able to get around the property to get to the backyard because it's a 2-acre lot. So when you factor in the construction access, it triggers the 10,000 square feet special permit. So otherwise, if it was just the walls, if we could do this all in the front yard, which, you know, let's not talk about stuff in front yards right now. If that was the case, then, you know, we wouldn't have the access road and we wouldn't need to come here for the special permit for the site disturbance. But this is all in lawn. All this disturbance is occurring in lawn. Let's see, the walls comply with yard setbacks. I mean, they're retaining walls, so they only needed to be 10 feet off anyway, but we're more than 45 feet away from the property line with these walls. And we're in a rear yard. I've provided a project narrative that explains how we comply with the special permit requirements. So there's no need to regurgitate that again right now. There's an increase in impervious area, but it's less than 1,000 square feet. So we comply with the town's drainage policy. We have wetlands and health approvals. There's ample natural screening on all sides. In my narrative, I gave an aerial photo and you can see it's trees all around that. We're not disturbing any of those. And there's a robust planting plan included with this that Paul prepared. One of the neighbors, Nelson Seo at 97 Skyview, is very much in support of the application and submitted a letter, or we forwarded to the commission his letter in support. That's all I have. And Paul and I are here to answer any questions, should you have them.
Commissioners, any questions?
The total size of the patio is how big?
The increase in impervious area is like 655 square feet. It's tiny.
Are you sure you don't want to ask us for an accessory dwelling unit or something? It's just, this is a 600-foot patio, really?
Yeah, it's a lot of, see, the problem is that.
Well,
when
there's a
that house-
grotto.
Yeah, when the house was built, they brought in a whole bunch of fill. This is an older house and they just filled in the backyard and it's a steep slope. And so in order to give themselves a little bit more space behind the pool, it's all this wall work and fill. I mean, it is what it is. So,
Do you know what the current slope of the yard is?
geez, I could do that math really quick.
Called Sky View from that.
It's dropping.
We're talking roughly about 50-foot elevation, I mean, a 30-foot elevation change between the existing lawn and the lower, they have a lower flat terrace there that was existing right before the wetlands. And
I mean,
the
it's-
homeowners are proposing this application and what we're looking to, as Rob was saying, to expand the lawn area slightly behind the pool and create a more attractive hillside and a small patio sitting area where they can overview the natural setting behind them. They love their view and want to utilize it. And so this is creating a space that they can enjoy their property to the extent most of the 2 acres is within wetlands. And we're trying to create it is now a completely invasive hillside from the fill, as Rob mentioned. So the robust planting plan was proposed to beautify the area as well as create a setting for them to enjoy the space.
To answer Krista's question, in one spot, the property drops 10 feet in like 15 feet. So it's pretty steep.
The existing.
The existing, yeah. And we're proposing a 4-on-1 slope upland of the walls, and then the walls will then be planted in between the walls, and that'll make the yard a little bit more manageable.
And each of the retaining walls, am I reading this correctly? 3 of the 4 are 4 feet high and one of them is 3 feet high?
I think that's correct. They're none of them exceed 4 feet. So
4 feet.
Terms of the material of the walls?
So in the
Mm-hmm.
the landscape architect's plans, let me see, I just want to make sure I have that up.
Calls out.
A block wall, so let me share the screen.
Yeah, it's architectural plan, the one that's characterized as permit Rev 1 PDF.
Yes, so I'm pulling this up right now. If you can see it. So, it's basically unilock walls, which are block walls that mechanically stabilized earth.
So this is Commissioner Chris. So would it be fair to say that these are manufactured blocks as opposed to natural stone?
Correct. There'll be some boulders in areas as shown on the plan, but the majority of these walls will be the block walls, and they'll all be screened with the plants in front of them.
It won't be skinned with natural stone?
No.
I had a question on the landscaping plan, since you knew I was going to mention it. I am encouraged by ripping out invasives, which are riddled throughout the town, unfortunately. And I would agree, this is an aggressive, very dense landscaping plan. I would just suggest that many of the choices could be improved. I see a lot of exotics as opposed to natives when very strong natives are available. You would still be as opposed to goat's beard, which is a native. I think I will say with respect, the landscaping architects sort of went what they usually pick, and improvements can be made, particularly on a new build. There's an opportunity to renaturalize many areas. Certainly is an opportunity to do so, and that was a observation I will make.
I'll let you address that because that's.
We can definitely look into it. I would say the rear hillside planting consists of probably over 98% natives, locally native plant material. There is, as part of our wetlands mitigation planting plan to mitigate the coverage or the ratios, we did some planting at the front of the driveway, and that material is looking to match some of their existing material, which does have more exotics to match their kind of existing setting to be harmonious with what's there. So we can talk with the homeowner to discuss options, but it is referenced for more, those plants that you're discussing are mainly for the front of the property along the driveway to meet that. So everything within the wetland buffer and this hillside, almost all of that is native material.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Chris, and I'm looking at the plant list where you just listed them.
Mhm.
That's the only one I can see. And I mean, some are also known to be invasive, such as Vinca minor. I tend to be worried about invasives. Now you're in a wall, so maybe escape a little more tricky, a little trickier, but they still tend to escape. And so, particularly when it comes to invasives, I tend to get concerned. So I'll leave it at that.
We can definitely, it's not a problem if we'd like to remove that. It's not classified officially as an invasive. We can, in any location, but it's not a problem. That's something that could be switched for a different type of ground cover to help stabilize the slope. And the main reason why we bring in a lot of ground covers and why there's, we're talking, if you looking at the plans, over 500, I think 600 perennials and Carex grasses to help stabilize the ground and try to eliminate the invasives and protect and overrun as best we can. So that is our overall goal. As I mentioned, Vinca minor is not technically classified as an invasive, but it's not a problem if that wants to be a condition to switch that out for a native ground cover. We can adjust that if the board is so inclined.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I also have a question, Christina Larson.
Sure.
So my screen's a little small on my end, but section AA and section BB, is the patio a higher elevation than the back patio of the main house? Or are you going down the hill and then back up to it? Or can you just explain that so I understand that cross section a little bit better?
Paul, you want that?
Sure. So AA, if you're looking, let's call left side. I don't know if Rob, you want to just go over to that sheet. But if you're looking at the left side of that section, that is an existing patio with the pergola and fire place that the homeowner has. The red line, dashed red line, is the existing slope, and then in the wall system and steps that come down. So right in the middle of that, I don't know if yes, that's the proposed patio that we're talking about. So it is midway between the wall and retaining wall system before coming down.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I was understanding it opposite, that new fireplace area is what you were building. So thank you for clarifying.
Oh, you're welcome.
Will this, drainage wise, will this retaining wall work affect the tenant or the neighbor to, because I know the neighbor to the east is fairly far away, right? There's a substantially wooded area between this property and the abutting Ponus Ridge property on the other side, but the neighbor directly to the south, just because of the way the topography drops off, they're lower than this house, and I'm assuming I don't know what their yard looks like, but is there any concern over drainage onto their yard or property?
No, because we're so far into the property with this that, the drainage patterns aren't changing. The contours stay the same, 45 feet, 50 feet into the property, and everything is pitching towards the wetlands. So that's not, that drainage pattern's not changing.
And Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, we would be slowing down a lot of this surface runoff with the terrace systems.
A little bit, yes. I mean, it would definitely be, whenever you flatten the slope, you increase the time of concentration, which slows down the runoff. So
Yeah, I agree.
How much fill are you bringing in?
it's roughly 1,900 yards.
And as far as the retaining wall, the Concord XL, which is the uniblock precast wall blocks, was there any consideration to doing it in natural stone as opposed to manufactured blocks?
It's because of the fill slope. Paul, I think, didn't we have the geotech engineer look at this? And because of the steepness of the existing slope, that is a um, a fill slope and it's steep, the unilock walls are better for holding back fill on fill. If you go with an engineered wall, you've got to go down to native soils with your footing. I think that's, correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, is that what the geotech said?
Yes, there's an average of 3 feet of existing fill, unstabilized fill on this hillside before virgin soil. So exactly as Robert mentioned, this is the proposed system due to those findings. We had cores drilled at the top and bottom of the slope to find global stabilization. And this is their recommendation was this. And as part of these systems, there are geotechnical grids that return into the hillside that get weighted down by the fill to help support the whole system.
Oh, so you will be doing GeoGrid as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
And then where is the boulder wall?
We have a existing tree on the property once we get down to the base of the slope, and we are using it basically as a tree well to protect the root system as best we can. The benefit also with the unilock systems, as Rob was mentioning, we don't need to dig as deep, so we are working our best to preserve there's only 2 existing trees on the hillside.
Anything further, commissioners? Okay. Mr. Frangione, anything further from your side?
Nope.
Okay, do we have anyone in the public, either in this room or on Zoom, that would like to speak to this application? Again, this is for 98 Skyview Lane. Okay, I don't hear anyone, so this application is closed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Little
Thank
easier
you.
than
All right. To here, 677 South Avenue. Upon application of Tiger Man, Director of Public Works, authorized agent for the town of New Canaan, owner for a special permit approval pursuant to sections 5.1.E.1, 6.4.G.1, 6.4.G.2 to allow removal of 2 existing ball fields, regrade area and install underground infrastructure to support the construction of a synthetic turf field for high school varsity baseball, varsity baseball stadium and associated accessory structures and lighting. Install stormwater management system and all underground utilities in the Waveney zone at 677 South Avenue, map 30, block 51, lot 21, 121. Mr. Mann.
All right, thank you very much, Tiger Man, Director of Public Works. So we're excited to bring this project hopefully to fruition in front of you today. I'm joined by Mike Segan from Richter and Segan Associates and his and Josh as well, and then members from TLB, and then Harry Rocheville from McCord Engineers, and we also have Mike Mahoney from Musco Lighting as well. So as you mentioned, this is a reconstruction of Capo Field. It's a long time in the making. It's a public-private partnership, actually more private than public. We're estimating the construction cost to be somewhere on the order of $6 million. The town has offered $2 million towards the construction, and private donors will be responsible for the remaining portion. We're looking to go to bid, or sometime we're out to bid right now, and we're looking to start construction, hopefully with the commission's blessing, sometime in September. So I'm going to kind of, we went through wetlands. We did have an intervener during the wetland application. We had someone with concerns about drainage from Waveney itself, and felt that this might adversely impact their property. They lived on Old Stamford Road. We were able to show to the Wetland Commission that the project actually will benefit the property owner by reducing that first flush. And then we actually agreed to do some additional work in Waveney. He pointed out a ditch that needed to be repaired, so we're in the process of taking care of that, and then helping him with his concerns with the DOT as far as Old Stamford Road and drainage there. So I think we satisfied the intervener, and I don't believe he's supplied here.
So which is a good thing. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And then Wetlands came forward, gave us their approval with 3 conditions, very nominal conditions, and we were very happy to agree to those as well. So without any further ado, I know it's late, so I'll let Mike take over. And if there's any questions in the end, we're happy to address.
Thank you, Tiger. Good evening. I'm Mike Segan with Richter and Segan. We are the landscape architects and planners on the project, which with me is Grant Sapio from our office. I will be providing a quick overview of the site design and the overall project. I'll then turn it over to Harry Rocheville, who will discuss the storm drainage issues and our solution on the project. And then finally, Nick Mondo will deal with the architectural components of the project. Thanks. The proposed project is to upgrade Coppo Field. It's on the Waveney High School campus. We want to upgrade it to a high school varsity baseball field. At present, the varsity games, have probably many of you know, are played in Mead Park. And New Canaan High School is the only high school in their conference where the varsity team does not play on the campus. So this is an important move. And it would also be, the field would be upgraded from the conditions at Mead Park as well. The existing Coppo Field is located in parcel C of the Waveney zone. Directly to the north is the Lapham Community Center. And Grant's pointing out some of the elements. To the west and south are existing ball fields, including the lighted varsity and JV softball fields. And to the east is the maintenance facility, the water towers, and the water tower fields that are very close by as well. All the active recreation fields that are located in Waveney, the parcel C or the Waveney zone parcel, are all north of that east-west and kind of restricted there. And to the south is pretty much the pastoral and woodland landscape around the old state house remain in that condition. There's some passive recreation there. So all the active recreation fields are to the north of that east-west main road. The Coppo Field is very far up those existing fields, the very far end, about 700 feet from that east-west connector road, or road that runs through. Thanks. The proposed varsity baseball field with the synthetic turf was a key component of the 2019 master plan that our office prepared, working closely both with the town and the Athletic Foundation. The master plan looked at upgrading the athletic facilities throughout the New Canaan High School and Waveney campus. The entire Coppo Field needs to be regraded to address severe cross slope and meet the NFHS guidelines and standards. And as part of this regrading effort, the field surface will be upgraded to a synthetic turf surface. Most of the other athletic fields on the high school campus are synthetic turf or are proposed to be. The synthetic turf is highly desirable for athletic fields because they're available for play earlier in the spring and later in the fall than natural turf. They are ready for play more quickly after storm events that can render natural turf fields unplayable. The fields will hold up for a much higher intensity of use. They require significantly less maintenance than a turf field with no mowing, fertilizing, irrigation, or grass repair, and require minimum daily maintenance in order to keep the field practice and game ready. To address the concerns related to synthetic turf, the turf will meet all current industry standards and contain virgin rubber infill. And this was the same approach that was taken recently on the recently installed water tower fields that are right close by. Next. This is the rendered plan showing the proposed synthetic turf field replacing the existing baseball field. The surrounding context, again, you could see it a little more clearly here with the Lapham Community Center to the right or to the north of the existing field. To the east is the existing park maintenance facility, the water towers. And the existing softball field to the southwest will be slightly relocated to make room for the new baseball field. That will not be synthetic turf. That will be natural turf. And what's going to actually happen in terms of the view from the road, that natural turf will continue up through the fields that are to the south and literally follow the natural turf all the way up to the Lapham Community Center. You will not, the synthetic turf is not visible from that perimeter road, nor from Lapham Community Center. The new field also includes grandstands, press box, restrooms that are tucked underneath, which Nick will talk about shortly, dugouts, bullpens, a batting cage, a small home team clubhouse, and a field storage building. And again, Nick will go over all those items. Project also includes providing ADA parking spaces and accessible walks to the field from the adjacent parking lot behind the Lapham Community Center, which is where most people park when they attend games at the field right now. Next. The grading plan shows the grading proposed to upgrade the field and address the current deficiencies. There will be a cut in left field and a comparable amount of fill in right field. The elevations have been set to balance the earthwork and the cut and fills on the site. There will also be minor regrading for the relocated softball field and grading for the storm drainage system that Harry will discuss shortly. Behind Lapham Community Center along the right field line, that'll all be underground. There also will be minor regrading to provide accessible walks from the parking area and ADA spaces to the field. Next. The rendered site plan shows the proposed plantings for the field. The plantings are concentrated in two basic areas. First, at the entrance sequence to the field from the parking lot. This area is pretty barren right now, and its proposed plantings are to upgrade the landscape at the field entry and create just a much more attractive approach to the field itself. The second area of planting is replacing the existing grove of trees that must be removed to install the storm water management underground Coltex units along that right field line. There are 18 trees that have to be removed. And that's over the whole project, not just in that one area. They're being replaced with 29 new trees, all of which are native species or native cultivars. And some of the just pictures of the native plants, sugar maple, red maple, river birch, and others are shown on the left, dogwood. There are 3 levels of lighting on the project. The first level are the lights that are some miscellaneous lights, not many, that are attached to the buildings or structures that are part of this project themselves. Nick, when he discusses the architectural components, will discuss those fixtures. The second level of lighting is the pedestrian level lighting along the walkways from the parking lot to the field. This pedestrian lighting will be the town's ornamental light fixture, actually repeating the same style ornamental fixture that's in the parking lot behind the Lapham Community Center right now. It's an LED cutoff Sternberg fixture. The third level lighting is a sports field lighting. It's really been, if you're familiar with the evolution of sports field lighting, it's encouraging to see how much it's come along over the years relative to offsite spillage and glare and any offsite impacts. Musco Lighting has done all the lighting on the high school campus, including the recent lighting of the JV softball fields that are to the southwest of this field. Mike Mahoney is here tonight, and he's going to discuss the lighting and talk about some of the technology and what the proposed lighting is for the project. So Mike, I'm going to let you change places with you here.
For the record, Mike Mahoney, Musco Lighting, 42 Deer Road in Falls Village, Connecticut. What's depicted on the slide you see there in front of you is just the evolution of our ability, of Musco's ability to control light and more importantly, control glare over the past nearly 50 years. What's interesting is you have in New Canaan pretty much every generation of our lighting product. You go back to the Little League fields at Mead Park and you'll see some technology from the 80s and 90s. In 2005, we thought we were making great strides and introduced what we call light structure green. That's what's at all the water tower fields and the 2 softball fields. It's what was previously at Dunning Stadium. And then the far right of this slide, you'll see today's LED fixtures. That's what's at Dunning now. It's what was retrofitted at Mead Park Tennis. It's also at New Canaan Winter Club. And what that picture is showing is each of those light structures, they're all the exact same height and they're all producing the same amount of light on the field. But what you notice is the dramatic difference in the glare specifically, as well as the spill light. So the biggest takeaway I hope you take from my being here tonight is that sports lighting is not immune to advancements in technology. And we're keep pushing that each year. And what's proposed at the baseball field is the latest. Every fixture is a full cutoff, dark sky friendly luminaire. We do everything we can to protect the night sky. We're very involved with Dark Sky, the organization. We have people that sit on their board of directors and our engineers, every project, they have a goal to limit the amount of light that's escaping into the evening sky. The lighting design itself, you'll see here, we've got 8 poles. I believe they're all 70 feet. That's right, yeah, 70 feet tall. All primarily 1500 watt luminaires. It's lit to an average of 50-foot candles on the infield, 30-foot candles in the outfield, which is a high school lighting standard. So we're not by any means over lighting the facility. It's a proper, the correct amount of light on the field. The next slide, you'll see we isolated, there's a blue line that's kind of clouded, not very far from the edge of the field, but that line depicts where we are down to 0.1 horizontal foot candles. So 1/10 of a foot candle. And you'll see we're only, 60, 80 feet away from the edge of the field. Thus the need for the additional pedestrian lighting, et cetera. I know when we just did the relight at Dunning, we're more often worried about areas we aren't lighting because historically you light a stadium and there's light going everywhere. There's light in the parking lot, there's light in the bleachers. We now sell darkness more than we sell light. We're cutting off so much light. We have to be sure and engineer that there is enough light in the stands, in the egress ways to ensure people can get in and out of the facilities. This is a depiction of one of the proposed luminaires. You'll see it's a full cutoff. There's an internal and external visors on every fixture. It's a die-cast aluminum, powder-coated gray, so very sleek, I would say. They really blend well into, especially our gray November skies. And here's just a couple of depictions just showing how sharply the light is cut off. Again, when you use the proper amount of poles at the correct height, with the right geometry, the correct photometry, everything really works in concert and again, protects the night skies, provides an adequate, appropriate amount of light on the field and very little light off the field.
LED, halogen.
LED.
all LED.
Everything. I'm sorry, I should have started with that.
And energy does it use?
Can you go back to the scan? There's a total of, you zoom in on about 48 kW, so 48,000 watts. So at 10 cents a kilowatt hour, it's about less than $5 an hour to operate. Minus your, or plus your delivery fees, et cetera.
We put a CHP unit in at Lapham. One of the reasons why we put the CHP unit at Lapham was to help offset some of the lighting costs from the water tower turf fields. And this will be wrapped into that as well. So that CHP unit is actually helping us take off the top of the demand for lighting, because that's really, or for your electrical charges, that's really where your cost goes. If your demand peaks during high peak times, that's what you're paying for, and you'll pay for that over time. Even if your demand drops below, you still pay. So that CHP unit, one of the reasons for it at Lapham is almost take Lapham off the grid.
What is a CHP?
Sorry, it's a combined heat and power unit. So it's basically a generator that produces electricity, and then the heat spill off from there is actually brought into the heating unit at Lapham to then knock off the heating cost of Lapham, to take down the shoulders, not necessarily the couple of winter months in the middle, but the shoulders themselves will knock the heat load off of Lapham as well. So it's basically a generator, and you recapture the heat. It's gas. It's a natural gas powered. Brought natural gas in this year to Lapham for that reason.
These lights also have have 3 stages of dimming. So if they are out there just simply practicing or maybe running drills, they don't necessarily need the lights on full output, so they can hit a button and it'll instantly reduce energy by 50%, reduce the light level by 50%. And then there's a further step down. So once the game's over, you're just doing cleanup, asking people to egress the stadium. You can knock it down to 75% reduction in light and a 75% reduction in energy. There's also this would be on ControlLink, which is our wireless control system, which a bunch of the fields in town utilize. So that ensures lights aren't left on when they're not supposed to be. They're not turned on before they're supposed to be. So they can really grab control of the management of the system. They can generate reports and see how many hours the fields were in use, how many hours the lights were in use, and budget accordingly going forward. As well as making sure that if there's a stipulation like a 10 o'clock hard off for the lights, that can be integrated into the system as well.
Is this just for the high school teams, or is this for the community as well?
This would be for the community as well. So the thought is that it's not just for varsity baseball, but in the time when varsity baseball is not utilizing the field. So there's a need for additional turf. That's what all the sports groups are telling us. And when we meet with them quarterly as to how they schedule out the amount, there's been a lack for soccer, a lack for field hockey, and then for lacrosse. Football seems to be well taken care of on the turf fields themselves. And this will address that. So they'll be able to utilize this entire surface for practices, not necessarily for games, but for practice time, which is predominantly the amount of use that they need, or the need that'll be satisfied. So it'll not only be for varsity sports to utilize, but also the recreational level, the younger children.
Tiger, this is probably well out of the purview of this proposal, but why are we proposing an AstroTurf field for the boys, but a grass field for the girls?
So it's a great question. So the overall thought is to continue to work towards that goal where there'd be parity. We had originally looked at turf field, baseball turf field in the location where the girls softball fields are. It's too large and it impeded on the, or it actually crossed over the gas pipeline, the Tennessee gas pipeline. And at that point in time, the requirements from Tennessee Gas, as far as you can put the turf on top of the gas line, but if we ever need to get in, we're just going to tear your turf out and then you're going to come back and repair it. That kind of silenced that that proposal at the time in that location. So then they started looking at Capo, but the overall goal is just that, to then turf that, look to possibly put turf inside the track itself for field hockey specifically, and then look towards the girls softball field as well. You're welcome.
Yeah, so with respect to the turf, I just have several questions actually. So can you explain kind of the materiality of the turf, kind of what the complex is? I was trying to look at the detail and I couldn't really, how thick is it? What's the layer underneath? Is it concrete? Is it composite? How does that, what is the material actually?
Yeah, the turf is a weaved component, which the actual turf lays down on it, and there's gravel underneath. And then they put inside the turf, to give it stability, sand and rubber particles. That's the infill.
So those little rubber chips.
Virgin rubber, not the crumb rubber.
Not the crumb rubber chips.
Absolutely
like
not.
the other fields. Okay.
And that's the same, that same cross section holds. It's a little bit different for baseball fields because of the bounce and the play in the infield versus different parts of the field versus a football or soccer field.
Sure.
So, but it's the same principle.
So in terms of kind of the I guess some other questions on the gameplay. So the mound is going to be made of wood. What's the I saw it's a removable mound. Is it fastened? Is it moved? I played baseball in high school not too long ago, and I'm troubled by a lot of things in the turf complex of a baseball field.
Yeah, the mound is actually a built up piece, and it's also synthetic material, but of a different texture for where the base paths are in the mound, et cetera.
So that would be dirt as well. Or sorry, not dirt, it would be turf. The infield would be
correct.
Turf.
Correct. Yes.
And in terms of the warning track, that would also be turf?
Warning, that's also turf, yeah. And you change the texture and the color so that the players can feel when they're on the warning track versus, they have a warning before they get to the.
Right, because that's kind of the goal and the, yeah.
Right.
Because I'm interested because the two different turfs, I mean, I maybe there's, I'm sure they've been done in other places, but I'd really be interested in seeing what that's like because, we're talking about players, we're talking about kids who are going to be on essentially plastic for, 3 hours playing sports, which is concerning to me. I have by the time this is built, which I'm sure will be in, 2 to 3 years, I have a 2-year-old that might be playing on this field in 10 years, right? And days are only getting hotter, days are getting warmer, and I have serious concern about our kids playing on a turf field at 100-degree weather, where and I've played on turf fields before, growing up in Connecticut, playing high school baseball in Connecticut. It was. You didn't like playing that game. I had, you like playing on the grass fields where I grew up. We had a grass field, and it was a state-of-the-art grass field. And you didn't like going to, Avon or Simsbury where you knew somebody would get hurt. So I'm very concerned about the turf because of kind of, and I was a pitcher, and you hated pitching on the fake mound because there's no give. You can't, I mean, I've rolled multiple ankles on that fake mound when you have to go cover first base and try to get down. There's no give on your landing spot, and sliding. I mean, maybe, sliding on an AstroTurf field is also of concern to me. I don't know. Again, I don't know how the give works there.
So you know, to understand the different materiality, it's something I'd really like to see because, you know, can the players actually feel the difference so they don't run into the wall? That would be of a major concern, one of the major concerns of the few that I just mentioned.
That turf, the difference in the warning track, that material is actually a market change. It's not only contrasting color, but it's a contrasting feel.
Yeah.
For their feet. So if you, like on a standard warning track, if you're playing grass and you went into the gravel, you'd have a feel in your feet. The turf is the exact same. There's a contrasting feel for their feet, and there's a definite contrast in the color. Yeah, my son's been playing AAU ball for the past 3 years exclusively on turf. I haven't seen an injury, knock on wood, from anybody. Sliding, actually, I watch them, they slide better on turf, actually sometimes past the bag. So it's a concern for me on the opposite side where they slide past the bag, but I haven't seen that. I agree with you a little bit on the mound, but in order to allow us to have multiple uses and possibly move the mound for different field sizes for, you know, versus a 60, 70, 90, or for softball, we have to have a removable mound. But the mound surface that we have is actually the one that they've specified is pretty well made. So yeah, there are concerns on both sides of it, but the overall thought from the Athletic Foundation and from the user groups that they answer to and listen to, the thought is that they want more turf footprint, and this was the next need was for the varsity baseball, specifically to bring the varsity baseball back onto the campus itself, get it off of Mead. Mead has some drainage problems, has some other issues with it as well. But then specifically bring them onto the campus and then be able to utilize that for other sports, like as I mentioned, soccer, field hockey, and then lacrosse and football if needed.
Just to reinforce what Tiger said, I'm not aware of any significant increase in injuries you hear about on football fields, et cetera, and that's been debated for years. We're seeing a lot of the synthetic turf fields all over high schools around the state, and the frequency and the amount are increasing pretty dramatically. And some of you may know, UConn just put in its whole complex, the synthetic turf, and we're talking to the same vendor for this project that did the UConn field. It also did a couple other high schools in the state as well. Quinnipiac just put in a new synthetic turf field as well. So they're becoming more and more common because of all the benefits you get from it. And again, not aware of any increase in injuries.
Yeah, I mean, I just, you know, from personal experience in the, you know, gameplay situation, I guess to that end, have you asked, I mean, I'm sure you've asked the Athletic Foundation, have you asked the players? Have you asked, you know, them, have you given them the option of saying, would you rather have a grass field or a turf field? Because in the end, you know, it's our kids, right? That's what we're here about. And that's my concern, is my son and then everybody else's son, everybody else's daughter who may be playing on that field in 5, 10, 15, 30 years. And if they're in favor, then I will, you know, fold my hands and I will stop. But, you know, and I'm sure it's great for the coaches. I'm sure it's great for the athletics director. I'm sure it's great for everybody who's running it because they get all this opportunity to play and practices don't get canceled. There are no rainouts. And I remember going out there and having to, like, you know, it's you know, 8 a.m. in the morning and you're raking a field and you're throwing down the dirt and you're you know, patching up all the wet spots just to get in a game in the spring, right? Kind of a badge of honor. But, you know, if they're in favor of it, then I'm in favor of it. But I think that's who we're building this for, right? We're building it for, you know, the kids of this town. And so I'd be really interested to find out.
Playing more frequently their games on synthetic turf fields than other high schools. So they're very much used to playing on those types of fields.
And do they enjoy that? I mean, have we asked? Can we ask?
The feedback, yeah.
We have not asked the players specifically, but the players change every year. So what your your varsity team this year will be different from your varsity team next year, just based upon graduation or cutting, if you will. Someone makes a team, they don't. But to your point, yeah, the coaches were in favor, the athletic director was in favor, the athletic foundation in speaking to all the groups, and then the donors themselves are all in favor. Remember that this is at least 2/3 funded by the populace, not by the town itself, but by donor, it's donor driven. So
Let me just, I thought it was 1/3 funded by contributions.
no, it's a $6 million project. Approximately $2 million is coming from the town. The rest, the remainder, the town is capped at $2 million. Whatever the final cost is, will be coming from the athletic foundation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Much of that needs to be replaced and in how many years? I think based on my town council experience, the $5 million we spent on the football fields had a life of 10 years. And so we were going to be looking at spending $5 million every 10 years. What's it looking like here?
It's a similar timeline, might be a little bit longer for baseball itself. It also depends upon how much use it gets from other user groups. You know, it still has a factor that they have to test for.
An important fact is you're replacing the surface turf only, not all the base.
That's why I'm wondering whether it's a
It's a fraction of the 5 million.
A question, if I may, is Commissioner Chris. It's my understanding that even virgin crumb rubber varies depending, it's not sort of one stable chemical compound that's similar for each type of crumb rubber. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in this area, but my understanding is the virgin crumb rubber, it's not crumb rubber, the virgin rubber versus the crumb rubber, which is the recycled tires, which is no longer used, does not have any of the problems that the crumb rubber had. And that's why we use that now.
What I'm getting at is that, again, it's my understanding that the virgin rubber, which is used for tires but hasn't been used in a tire, is my understanding is the raw material, can include natural rubber, which is tree sap, as well as various synthetic materials. And some of the materials can be potentially worrisome. Some I know there have been tests for things like PFAS chemicals and others and so on. I'm wondering what your thoughts are regarding the chemical composition, perhaps testing to try to ensure that these are safe and don't contain any potentially worrisome items.
I think our specs address that, and I think that we found the industry has come a long way in the last few years to address the PFAS issue as well. And the virgin rubber that's used is not the kind that you're mentioning that potentially could happen. So I think the industry has come a long ways, and they are pretty much PFAS free at this point.
Will there be any testing to verify that?
We asked the people that were bidding to specifically utilize the St. Luke's criteria for them, and asked them to verify that the material would satisfy whatever was required from St. Luke's would satisfy our requirements here.
Two other questions, if I may, Mr. Chairman. One is on some of the built structures, the dugouts and so forth, that you're intending to install in this sort of sports complex, I guess, the term to use.
So just to jump in, I think they've only done like a quarter of their presentation, and we've kind of jumped onto the question train. So I don't know if you all want to present on the
I can hold that
structures
off till they review that. I'll be happy to do
Storm
so.
drainage is still going to be presented, as well as the architect.
Fair enough. I'll refrain till you present. Thank you.
Do you have anything else, Mike? Do you have anything else?
I'm all set. That's an overview of the site.
Harry?
Sure. For the record, Harry Roachville, professional engineer in the state of Connecticut with McCord Engineering. I'll briefly go over the stormwater management plan for this project. Currently, majority of runoff on the site drains to the inland wetlands pocket northwest of the project site. A small portion also drains to an existing town storm sewer to the northeast. corner of the site, essentially between the water tower field and the Lapham Community Center. We analyzed both of those watershed areas and confirmed there'd be a decrease in runoff to both of those points of concentration. As part of the recent inland wetlands application, we further expanded our study for the watershed area that drains to the inland wetlands to also confirm there'd be a decrease in runoff to both catch basins within the Lapham Community Center access road as well. So essentially, we analyzed 3 different points of concentration in our drainage study. The way that stormwater will be captured on this project, as Mike sort of touched on, there's a gravel base beneath the turf field. Within that gravel base, there'll be a collector drain pipes, and that'll be about 20 feet on center. They're about 1 inch tall, 12-inch wide, essentially panels that will all drain along with the slope of the field to a perimeter drain along the perimeter of the field. All of that runoff will be collected by the perimeter drain pipe and conveyed to a detention system, underground detention system located to the north of the field between the Lapham Community Center and essentially where that existing grove of trees is over there in that flat area. We did soil testing before we started doing our design all over the project area. This ended up being the only location on site that we could, that we had sufficient soil conditions to install a underground detention system. The rest of the field, as I'm sure you know, has been filled over time, is unsuitable for any sort of underground detention system that would satisfy the requirements of this project. So we settled in on that location. Also, that will be conveyed to that area is any runoff to the south of the field from the existing other softball field to the south in the new softball field that will all be collected by a separate drain around the perimeter of the pipe, all routed within the same collector pipe and into that same underground detention system. So essentially, we're collecting almost the entire project area here, bringing it to that underground detention system. So that's sort of the start of our treatment train. Once all that runoff is collected from the field, be brought to what we're calling an inlet control structure. That'll be set up with a low orifice in it that will bring sort of the first wave of runoff to a water quality basin. That will allow the runoff from the fields to infiltrate into the soils and also experience plant uptake to improve the water quality of the runoff leaving that field that eventually will be discharged into the inland wetlands area. Once the larger storms come through, that low orifice will be bypassed and the rest of that runoff will be conveyed to that underground detention system. The underground detention system was designed to satisfy the new town drainage policy to reduce runoff for up to the 100-year storm event. So we do satisfy the newest drainage policy. That system is also designed to satisfy the water quality volume requirements for the new 2024 Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual for all the impervious area that we are routing to this detention system. The synthetic turf field is considered an entirely impervious area since it does have all that gravel underneath. So we are, we're designing our system to also control that entire water quality volume for the field as well. That detention system will discharge to an outlet control structure that will control all of those storm events that I talked about up to a 100-year storm from the 1 year all the way up to the 100-year storm. And with that outlet structure, we are proving that even with all this proposed development, we are having a decrease in peak rates and volumes of runoff to the inland ones as a whole, as well as to both of those catch basins within the Lapham Community Center access road that I spoke about at the beginning of the presentation. For the other side of the field, the second watershed that I mentioned, where runoff from the eastern portion of the project area goes to a town storm sewer system. In the northeast corner of the project, we are also reducing runoff to there just by nature of there's less area going to that location since the fields sort of cuts off a larger portion of area that previously would drain there. And what we're hooking up to that town storm sewer system is roof leaders from the dugouts, the grandstand, the team storage facilities, all of the structures that we're putting in there will all be installed with gutters that will drain to roof leaders, be discharged into catch basins with 2-foot sumps for pre-treatment, and then discharge into that town storm sewer system. And again, we are decreasing the amount of runoff rates and volumes that go to this town storm sewer system as well. Another part of this project was we checked on the capacity of the sanitary sewer system in the area, because we'll be tapping into that with the proposed bathrooms. We provided a memo with calculations to DPW showing that existing sanitary main has plenty of capacity for a peak event with a factor of safety of, I believe we used 8, and there was still more than half capacity of that sanitary pipe. So sanitary is not an issue either. And then during construction, if you want to go to the next slide, we'll be protecting the surrounding areas, downstream properties, specifically the inland wetlands, with erosion controls during construction. We have silt fence shown pretty much enveloping the entire project area. And I believe we have a double row of silt fence or hay bales where we have a pretty significant fill package for the right field corner. So we'll have a double row of protection in that area to further protect the inland wetlands during construction. And then we also have a construction access shown off of the Lapham Center parking area where trucks come through that area now to maintain the fields. Once a contractor is picked, we will have pre-construction meetings and come up with a more substantial construction logistics plan that will be discussed with town staff, part of the further permitting for this project. I think that essentially summarizes all of the site work and drainage design. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys have after our presentation's over.
Good evening. My name is Nick Mundo. I'm an architect with TLB Architecture. I'll be speaking to the architectural items related to this project. So just to orient us, starting at the center of the page here in the light gray area, you'll see what is the 300 capacity new grandstand for this project. Behind that, lower on the sheet, is a restroom facility with a press box above that. And below that is a new donor wall, which would also act as a screening element for those restrooms. Moving left on the sheet towards along the third baseline is the home dugout immediately beyond the grandstands. And then beyond the home dugout is the team room associated with the home dugout. On the opposite side of the sheet, to the right along the first baseline is the visitor dugout. And beyond that is a field storage building with an adjacent main electrical room that would house the new electrical service for this facility. So looking at the exterior of the building, starting in the upper left corner, really the upper 2 images are showing the main approach as you would perceive this from the parking lot at Lapham. So this is approaching somewhat lower on the in grade, approaching the restroom facility with the press box above. And the first thing you'll encounter is a new donor wall, which again acts as a screening element as well. To the left and to the right of the press box and restroom building, you'll see some of the support posts that are for the netting, which I'll speak about later, but that's the safety netting associated with the field and protecting the grandstands. You'll see primarily that the materiality is a red brick and also includes cast stone accents. And those are essentially a carryover from what's being used at Dunning, the improvements at Dunning Stadium as well, so that there's a common language between other elements on this campus. For the press box over the restroom building, that is a light gray metal siding panel. And you'll also see some of the lighting over the signage and banners that would be on either side of the press box. And we'll speak to the light fixture specifically on the next slide. On the lower two images, you'll see either end of the entry into the grandstands, which is by ramp and stair. Those lead up to essentially a main aisle on the grandstands, which from there steps down into some lower tiers and steps up into some higher tiers, and also has a stair access up into the press box level. Also, you can see in these lower two images that there is field access along either side, either end of the grandstands, which is defined by a brick site wall and the dugout structure to the adjacent to the walkway leading out to the field. Starting with the upper left, south exterior elevation, you'll see that there is a stair leading up from the grandstands up to the press box structure. Again, the press box has the metal siding panels, and that's over a brick veneer that is around the restroom structure below that. To the right is the north exterior elevation, similar, except on this side, you'll see that the stair leading down along the restroom building brings you back down to grade. So there is actually a grade difference between the field level and the entry into the restrooms, which is approximately a 3-foot difference. So this works in our favor in the sense that you can step up to a center aisle on the grandstands and you'll be elevated at that point above the field level. In the center of the page, the west exterior elevation, you'll see a row of windows. That's for the press box facing the field. And that is a series of double hung windows, all the same size. And there are also some similar windows on either end of the press box for views out of either end. And finally, at the east exterior elevation, which is essentially your approach from the parking lot, you'll see towards the bottom is the donor wall with donor plaques, and behind that is the restroom building with the metal siding panels for the press box above it, and the ramps to either side leading up to the grandstands. In terms of light fixtures, on the far left of the sheet, you'll see the typical wall pack, which is, again, what's being used at Dunning Stadium. This would be a light, dark bronze color, and is just a typical fixture that's going to be building mounted for any of the facilities that we're talking about here. And on the right side of the sheet is the typical gooseneck fixture, which is typically used over banners and signage that we saw in the east exterior elevation. So some views from the field. In the upper left, you'll see the view from the pitcher's mound looking back towards the press box and grandstands. In this view, you can see that there is the safety netting I mentioned earlier. Below the safety netting is an approximately 3-foot high backstop, again with a brick veneer and cast stone accents along the base and the coping. That safety netting goes up to a height of 30 feet and has 4 associated steel support poles, 1 at either end and 2 at the tieback locations. And then to the left and the right of the end poles are the dugouts. So in this view, to the right is the home side and to the left is the visitor side. The upper right image shows a view from the home dugout looking towards the outfield. So here you can see partially into the home side dugout. You'll see that there is a padded guardrail between the dugout and the field. The dugout itself has a brick veneer, again, similar to the other structures, and has a concrete roof. And what you can see on the inside of the dugout is a split face CMU, and that's the backup wall for the brick veneer. The lower left image is a similar view, but from the visitor dugout looking back towards the grandstands. The difference on the visitor side is that rather than having the team room, they have a field storage building with the adjacent main mechanical room that houses all the new electrical equipment. And to the right of that, in the bottom right-hand corner, this image is from the home dugout again, on the field, looking back towards the grandstands. Again, you can see the safety netting beyond and the grandstands and press box beyond that. I'll take any questions.
Some questions for me, Mr. Chairman. You plan to have solar on any of the roofs? Why?
Hasn't been a consideration at present, but we can certainly look at that. I don't know if there's not much square footage, you know, at the dugout and what have you, but we can certainly take a look at it. Hadn't been a consideration, but you know, that doesn't rule it out, to be quite honest.
Also not sure if the potential to get damaged if they're situated, especially like over a dugout from any baseballs.
Yeah.
How far is the dugout from home plate?
So
Asking is, have you considered some sort of netting or screen over the front of the dugouts? Because just looking at these renderings, if I'm playing, I'm sitting on this red wall. Everybody is sitting on that red wall.
High school ball will not allow anyone to be on the outside of the dugout. They have to stop play. Umpire is mandated to stop play. Coaches can't be outside. Players can't be outside. There's only one person allowed that's on deck batter. After that, everyone's inside. And they get one warning. And then they're subject to removal of the coach and then removal of the players.
Okay.
The dugouts also include tiered benches so that you could either sit on the lower portion or the upper portion if you want the better vantage point.
And still in terms of distance, because if you take a screaming foul ball into that dugout, have you considered
about-
netting or fencing or something to?
I'd say we're about 60 feet or so. Mike, I don't know if you have the dimension on hand. So from home plate to the backstop is 45 feet. I don't know if you can see it on the screen. There is an arc that follows that 45. But
that is 45 feet.
Extending beyond that, I'd say we're about 60 feet.
Okay, yeah, just something I would consider in terms of protection and safety.
Further question, if I may. A question on the toilet facilities you mentioned. The number of urinals and toilets, and I guess just toilets for the female side. What leads you to conclude that that's the right number?
Based on the capacity of the grandstands and these new structures. So this is a complete improvement from what's there now, but it is sufficient to support the expected number of occupants that would fill the grandstands. So that's a code required determination. If you look at the plumbing code, it gives you, based on the occupant load, what the recommended number is.
Will there be baby changing facilities in the?
Yeah, so one of the
Both.
center, you'll see on either side, there is a men's and women's, but then also in the center is a family restroom.
That's the only one with
This is the
change.
purview of the building department. This really
Okay.
isn't, all this occupancy is regulated by building, not P and Z.
Are you gonna be talking about parking later? Parking changes?
You can ask now.
How many spaces will be lost or gained, changed as part of this construction?
There's none being lost. We are looking at, we're already, as a separate project, we're already looking at the western parking lot. So if you're looking at Lapham, the community centers, you're driving up to the community center to the right-hand side. It's a very underutilized lot. That's actually being designed separately to this project to better utilize that entire lot and lay it out better to give us some additional spaces.
You mean the one in front of Lapham, but it's the one that's not for the Lapham people, the one that's for the field there?
Well,
It's on the right by the generator, right? When you come
the
in.
generator
It's on the
tank,
other
yes,
side of Lapham
yeah.
from the field.
When you come in.
It's in between the generator and Lapham Center. There's a parking area there that's very underutilized. It doesn't have any striping. It used to have an island, used to be a drop-off area. We're actually redesigning that lot not as part of this project, but we had already been looking at that lot to redo that lot. It needs to be repaved, and at that point in time, we said, well, let's redesign it, make it much more efficient. So at that point in time, we'll be increasing the parking lot availability at that area.
Further question of them, are you going to include any EV chargers as part of the construction?
Not at present, no. That decision will have to be made by others, but no, not at present. We haven't been asked to add EV chargers to any of our lots.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Is the construction of the facility proposed to be phased? Meaning, are you planning to do the field first and then do the structures later?
Yes. So there's certain portions that the field will be done first, and then certain amenities will be done at a later date. You want to help?
Yeah, the field and the dugouts, batting cages, that support stuff will be done first. And the grandstands, the restrooms would be a phase after that.
And what's the proposed timing right now that you're looking at? I understand there's fundraising and everything that has to happen, but is there a projected schedule at this point?
We don't have a projected schedule, no. They'll continue to fundraise through this first phase to get the field and the amenities associated with the field up and running, and then they'll continue to drive forward. But the original thought was to build the field, have everyone enjoy the field, and then want to expand to include the grandstands and the player facility on either side, and a couple of other amenities. Excuse me.
So is there a phasing plan that would show what your site development would look like with just the field in place, and let's call it phase one?
Well, we have, I don't know if you can.
Just to understand grading, circulation, access, et cetera, without those structures in place.
Right. So
that's the extent of the first phase. The limits, this softball field won't be redone. It'll be done at a later time. So the entire field will be done. What's a little deceptive here is we'll have temporary bleachers. So it looks like the grandstands are going to be done. The next phase, if you go to the next sheet, is the future phases, including the lighting. Lighting will not be part of the first phase. The dugouts will be done in the first phase, but the second phase will then include the clubhouse, I guess it's called, and the storage room, the full grandstands and the restrooms below that as well.
So is there a timeline for phase one at this point?
phase one, as we mentioned, we're discussing with potential bidders right now. And the goal is to actually put a shovel in the ground in September, have this playable by April. The NCAF is actively fundraising at present. And they've asked us to be ready to bring it to the Board of Selectmen for their second meeting in August, which is the 17th.
And that meeting on August 17th, the public will know whether it's a go or not a go for that timeline.
The thought being is that we can't sign a contract without all the monies being in place. So we'll either have the agenda item at that time or we won't. And we'll either be pushing into September or further, but the goal in order to achieve an April start, for the season itself, is to put a shovel in the ground in early September and work our way through up until the winter, and then finish over the winter into the early spring.
Question on the outfield fence. In one of the images, it looked like there were hedges across the whole back fence. The other one, it looks like it's just in the batter's view. What's the plan there? And is it a chain link fence that's in the outfield?
Yeah, it's a chain link fence, the outfield fence. And in the very center is the batter's eye backstop with arborvitae.
So it's the only area where they're. And is the softball field, I mean, I can't tell from this, is that even a playable regular size field?
Yeah, it's not the same. It's a reduced size field.
Do you have renderings? So I had a couple questions here. One of the things that we're charged with is balancing conservation and development. And this is in the Waveney zone, arguably one of the most sensitive zones in the town. And so one of the things that I'm just looking at is just the size and the intensity of development here as compared to, you know, what's in Mead Park today. I mean, Mead Park today has, I don't know, a couple of aluminum grandstands that look like they could maybe hold 60 people. And so I was just curious, what was and well, we have what, 15 home games. So I was curious on where we got to 300 seat stadium with a press box. Like where is it to host major tournaments? Or I'm just curious on how the intensity of use went from a relatively basic natural field to a stadium with a press box.
Yeah, well, yeah, right now at Mead, everyone seems to be along the perimeter. And the thought being is that we'd rather have them concentrated in the grandstands, because the view from where they are is not as nice as saying behind home plate. That's one. So if we took into account the amount of spectators that they had, we'd be closer to that 300 number. But yeah, the goal is also for tournament play, for other aspects that might happen. Because the NCF is not just charged with, you know, development, it's also charged with maintenance. And then to Commissioner Engel's point, to actual helping with the capital costs of reskinning the surface. So some of that is would be for generating revenue. Tournament play would generate revenue, similar to what they do on the turf fields themselves with lacrosse tournaments, the Grip It and Rip It tournament, things of that nature. So yeah, that was the overall thought. We did actually scale it down. We had a larger version. We scaled it down to a 300. We felt 300 was a very manageable number for not only for parking and for the park itself, but we felt that it was adequate for what we felt the amount of use or the amount of spectators would be from a standard game.
Okay, no, thank you for that background. I understand it's a big development. And then, you know, the current Capo field is sort of tucked in against the maintenance facility. And if you're standing in front of Lapham, you can look out towards Waveney and it's an open vista, even though you're looking over the field. And so right now, this appears to kind of create effectively a lot of structure between that formerly open view. You're putting a chain link fence diagonally across the field, you're putting lighting, and so does that chain link fence come down during off the season, like, or because the season's only 3 months long for the rest of the 9-month year?
Except for the fact that, to answer your question, no, the chain link would stay, mainly because we'd have use from other user groups, soccer, lacrosse, what have you. And then there is the concern that damage from vehicular damage. We have cars that have driven and have most recently been driving up on the softball fields in wet conditions, kids having fun, taking donuts and stuff like that. That would be a very big concern. That was a concern when we built the turf fields themselves, was the fact that we were adding chain link all around. And the thought was, no, we need the chain link all around. And all the experts said to us, all the consultants said, you want a chain link, you want to put chain link all the way around it, fence it off so that it is separated so you can't have unwanted access, vehicular or otherwise. So that was the other thought. You are right a little bit on the view shed from Lapham itself, that now you'll have a chain link fence and a further one from the outfield. But we are trying to stay further away from Lapham, not necessarily come towards Lapham, but stay further away, and not try to affect the immediate view shed around Lapham and the immediate use around from the back patio.
And that right field fence once you get past the bullpen, where the view is out over the lawn is only 4 feet high. So that's a lower fence.
Okay, and today, for example, I think the scoreboard is kind of tucked against the wooded area to the left, but the scoreboard in the renderings I saw is out in the field near a flagpole, which is again more in the view shed versus against kind of flush against the woods. Is that from a design perspective that because
That's typically where we place scoreboards so they can be equally seen from the grandstands and from the dugouts. Where it is now, you can't see it from, it's tucked along the side and the edge of the wood. You can't see it.
I mean, I'm not criticizing the design. I understand. I just think it's a balance of sort of the impact on the open space and the view shed versus the usability of the design. So that's what I was trying to understand, the way you're thinking through it.
During the design iterations, we were very cognizant of where we were and, and the overall change, mostly the change, because that would be the most dramatic at that time. So we were very, and we tried to nestle it into its existing footprint and try to be as staid as possible. Even to the point where now, if you're driving along the Pool Road or Lapham Community Center Road, you won't necessarily be able to see into the field, see the turf field itself. It'll be an embankment of grass. So that area as you're driving into Lapham won't necessarily be affected.
So it's almost like it's countersunk into the grade.
It's actually in the right field will be a fill, will be up a slope, but that'll be a grass slope. So you won't see the synthetic turf at all, the field surface from that perimeter road or from Lapham as well.
Do you have any views? Do you have any renderings that show kind of what the view shed is from Lapham and what it is current state versus future state? Because I did see some of the architects' reviews had some shots out, first baseline, third baseline, kind of out, but kind of looking from the pool, for example, or from where the bathrooms are.
If you go out there, and I intentionally before the meeting tonight drove around again just to refresh my mind. But if you look up, there's actually a slope up to the field right now. And we're going to actually increase that slope, that grass slope. You don't see the field surface when you're driving, around from the pool angle.
Okay. And are the height?
Lapham, you're looking up, you don't see the surface.
Are the proposed lights around 70 feet high, or do we know that the same height is? Okay. And last question for you, the Waveney, what's the Waveney Conservancy's point of view on this?
We haven't asked the Conservancy their view. The Conservancy itself is, the park is bifurcated.
Okay.
And the view from the house necessarily can't see that far down into that area. And just across from the roadway is already 2 softball fields that are lit.
Yeah.
So much closer to the house. So this being that much further away, we didn't at the time address that with the Conservancy. Are they aware of the project? Yes, they are. This project not only had to go through all 3 boards during budget cycle for Board of Selectmen to Board of Finance, Town Council, actually multiple meetings of each board, but it went through Park and Rec. Park and Rec was in approval, and then, as the wetlands approved it as well. But the feeling was that it was far enough away and tucked far enough away where it wouldn't necessarily be in the view shed from the house. Their concern was more with the playground area than they were on anything further along.
Okay, and then last question for you is just like from a funding perspective, I know we at one point talked about things like an elevator for the other press box at Dunning and just the maintenance cycle of those things. So is the $6 billion, does that incorporate an endowment to take care of the maintenance of the building during the course of the year? And
that, no. As far as the feeling was that would be rolled into the parks budget, any maintenance thereof. Granted, in the beginning years, there shouldn't be as much, but it would be
less so
than grass itself. Yeah, and then in future years, yes, there would be more. But no, we had the purview of the Athletic Foundation. We didn't ask for an endowment since they're already actively fundraising and gathering money for future phases, not only for future improvements, but future maintenance. So maintenance of each of the turf fields. They already skinned Dunning free, $700,000. That was their first project that had no town funds in it at a time when it was needed. And then they helped with not only the first turf field, but turf 2 and turf 3, and then the track rebuild. And then now they're actively fundraising not only for this, but then the reskinning of each come at their end of the useful life at 10, 12 years out, which is for their first fields is at about 5, 6 years.
Yeah, that's it. Back to you.
There's a lot to love about this project. I love the fact that the drainage is getting better. I like the fact that the lighting is great sensitivity on dark sky. But I share Commissioner Herring's concerns with the overdevelopment of Waveney. I am concerned with the view shed. I think it's going to be important to show the community what this is going to look like. I don't question most of the essentials. I don't question the need for a chain link fence. I do wonder whether we need a series of ramps going up to a second story and a press box. It's not something that we have in Mead Park now. I understand the need maybe to accommodate 300 spectators, but I'm having trouble with a 2-story building. And I'm wondering whether it's necessary. I can be convinced, but I'm having a tough time building Dunning Stadium in Waveney Park.
It's, first of all, I think as we've all had mentioned, it's tucked way back in the corner, not visible from any of the roads or the field itself, certainly not from Lapham. The reason it's 2 stories is because we're taking advantage of the change in elevation there. If you're familiar with the site, right behind it drops off very steeply. So we're actually tucking the restrooms underneath the grandstands. And so that's what brings that big elevation, because there's a big change in elevation. From the field side, it's not going to be as high.
The press box does not sit above everything else.
Sits above the restrooms. It's right above the restrooms that are in the back. You enter from the back side. It's down 8, 10 feet. So when you're coming from the back side, that's well below the field, that elevation. And that's why there's ramps getting up to the grandstands, because the field is a higher elevation.
I mean, the sign that says field, baseball field with those banners looks way above the heights of those.
Above the press box. I'm sorry, it's behind the press box.
Right.
Above the restrooms that are actually.
If that press box did not exist, then this would be just slightly above the height of these people. But it looks in these images to be a 2-story building. It's so that I am only echoing what Mr. Herring says, which is that we would like to see, more renderings in order to get comfortable with the amount of development.
I share your concerns. I'm worried about the scale of this structure being visible from the parking area, from the approach to that area, and overpowering the Lapham Center, which sits there and has a nice sighting to it and has clear breathing room around it. And this is going to end up being a 2-story structure in the corner there. That is already, because of the grade and fill that you're going to need to do to get a proper level ball field, it's going to be elevated slightly.
One thing I think that doesn't show in these sketches when you're just focused on the architecture, if you go to the plan, there's a nice mature bosque of trees between Lapham and the field in these structures. If you go to the site plan, and you can even zero in on that.
And those are going to remain?
Yes. And that really, when you come to the parking lot and come through the Lapham Center, like you're approaching the field, that you don't even see the structure. Those trees literally block the view. So that's why I feel it's sort of tucked in there, and you don't get that feel with when you're just looking at the architecture standing alone.
What about
This is-
Sorry. What about the cluster of trees on the northeast side? Kind of, they sort of align with the center line of the Lapham Center as it looks back towards the road.
Yeah, that's the grove.
Where your containment gallery is going to be, and your right field line is going to be. There's what looks like to be a detention basin there.
Yeah, we're actually
What's going to happen around
replacing a
that?
grove that has to be removed because of the storm detention basins. And addressing, as Harry and really upped the size of that to address and make sure that peak runoff was decreased in terms of reducing the impact downhill, et cetera. So those trees
you're
had to be
removing that?
removed to put the underground system in, and we're replacing them with that grove.
So I also just want to remind the commissioners with this zone, since we don't see it a lot, that 2.5-story structures are permitted in the Waveney zone, and they can be up to a maximum of 30 feet in height. So they're not, they're not seeking a variance or any sort of thing. It complies with what's already in the Waveney zone. And as a reminder, the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Board of Education have the sole authority to regulate the permitted uses for building and lands under its jurisdiction. So there is also, if Parks and Rec has already approved it, the commission has less authority over
What authority specifically do we have?
to confirm and evaluate that the soil disturbance and the structures that are proposed comply with the special permit criteria in the
And does
zoning
that include
regulation.
compliance with POCD? So that doesn't delimit our capacity to approve or deny.
Correct. I just wanted to clarify what the regulations stipulate because it is a little different than all other zones.
And just to add, in addition to that mature grove of trees that we're saving, that is a great separator and softener, we're adding a grove of trees as you enter in as well. River birch that'll get, if you're familiar with river birch, will get very good size, and some maples as well. So there's going to be some really heavy tree growth between the parking lot and the field itself. So you'll never just look directly at the back of that field, that elevation that you see. You won't see that from the parking lot.
Can I ask another question? I think this is more of a Tiger on the programming for the facility. And you mentioned the idea that the sports facilities need more turf, which I witness, and I think the turf fields are fantastic, and I think Dunning's great, and I appreciate all the work the Athletic Foundation has done for both the town and fundraising. I appreciate that quite a bit. And one of the things that I'm wrestling with, and maybe you can help me, is that I think the investment and the expansion of Dunning was easy to reconcile against, football, soccer, lacrosse, field hockey, and just a very intense use across many sports. And especially from a game perspective, where you have a press box being used against, 7 different sports teams, whereas this one is just one team. And so I'm wondering, can this field, or does the development, like a Shea Stadium or like a Yankee Stadium, does it permit the ability for there to be games hosted in this that are not baseball? Or like, can you reconfigure the field or stripe it so it could be striped to use for a field hockey or used for a soccer, or is that not feasible?
Well, the thought is to stripe it in the off seasons for other use. We hadn't anticipated game use because that would go to Dunning. Primarily, all games would go to Dunning, but the overall lack of turf, or the actual need, if you ask each of the sports groups across the board, that's their first statement, is they need more turf. So this footprint actually gives us a substantial amount of additional turf to utilize for the non-game times. That would then reduce some of the stress on Dunning and then allow more games to be played at Dunning because you'd have additional turf area. You know, it should be noted the baseball field actually, the baseball team actually utilizes the Water Tower Turf 1 and 2 because they can't get onto Mead. So they're actually practicing there in the beginning parts of the season because they're using the turf there and it's not even set up as a baseball field. They're actually having to modify practices, but that's the only way that they can get their practices in early and start. So this facility is needed for that aspect and also just the overall additional turf. So the thought was we had originally thought about striping it for other uses. But the thought was, in speaking to John Howe from Parks and Rec Director, he said he'd rather go out and stripe, as a need. And then we can actually move the field or the fields inside that footprint so that we don't have, if you stripe it, you're automatically using that one area. If we stripe in different areas, we can kind of maximize the usage and the play across all the turf instead of just in one location. And so that was the other concern was to be able to maximize the turf space and not stripe for just one location. So keep it at the baseball footprint. It could be utilized for smaller games, given the fact that the mound is movable. And then remove the mound, and now you have one one elevation of turf. Granted, it's green and brown, but it's one elevation of turf, and you can play any other sport on it at that time.
Can I, this is Commissioner Canard. I have some questions about artificial turf. There's been a series of groups that have expressed concern about artificial turf because of the existence of PFAs. That is a certain type of carcinogenic chemical that is found in the grass, the artificial grass. And also with respect to various other chemicals that are found in the artificial turf. Have you considered those concerns and what analysis do you make as to the dangers of artificial turf due to these chemicals?
Take a first shot. Our specifications for the new turf fields say that they have to meet the standards in that Wesson Sampson criteria, which is there will be no PFAS compounds in the turf grass. So the state of the art of the synthetic turf has come a long way in the last few years to remove and produce those material that don't have the PFAS compounds.
So you're not going to have any PFAS?
Correct.
And then another concern that's been expressed with reference to artificial turf is that it can get the turf can get very hot and actually can cause burns. It could be as much as 200 degrees in the middle of the summer on a very hot day. Have you considered that and the concerns about that issue?
Well, we're always concerned about that. We haven't had any issues on the other turf fields that we have, the other 4 turf fields we have, and the 2 baseball fields. We should mention those as well. So the 2 fields at Mead Park, the Little League fields, are both the infields are turf, the outfields are grass. We haven't had that concern, but that would be that's a coaching concern and a concern from the athletic director and to manage players resiliency and safety and be able to take them off the field in case the temperatures got too hot. But that could happen on a hot summer day on grass as well. Maybe not to the same extent, but we haven't seen that issue on the other turf fields at present.
Now, also, the Jets had their quarterback injured for the season, and people had indicated that artificial turf was a cause of that, and the Aaron Boone would have been much less likely to suffer injury if he had been on natural grass. And so there's some folks that think that artificial turf is more dangerous than natural grass. What is your analysis of that issue?
The injuries can occur on either surface. We've had issues on other fields where a player will step on crabgrass, which doesn't have a deep root structure, and actually the crabgrass will let go underneath the cleat, and they suffer the same either ankle ligament problem or an ACL injury, things of that nature, and that's on a natural grass field. So we've seen those injuries as well. We're unaware of an increase in injuries based upon the use of turf. We are aware that people have mentioned that, specifically the Jets quarterback and others, but that hasn't been a concern addressed to us.
So in your analysis, the risks to the players is not increased by the use of the artificial turf.
I can't certify that. No, I won't state that, but it wasn't a concern at the time. And it wasn't seen to be a concern from the user groups, if you will. They predominantly have asked for more turf, even given the concerns on heat or the potential for increased injury. They're continually asking for a larger turf footprint, as is what's being seen in our neighboring towns and in the conference itself. So we're simply satisfying a request from the residents themselves and the user groups themselves.
Thank you.
Welcome.
If I may, Mr. Chairman. One, on the landscaping plan, I'm broadly supportive of it. I would note that you have sort of 10 different types of plant material you've chosen for installation. I was looking at L-132, the resubmitted. One is an exotic, so you're at 90%, which is a passing grade. You may want to go 100%, go for the gold. I'll just mention that and pass on. But I think broadly it's a good plan. I did have a question on some of the grading of the property, and I was looking particularly at L-131. So question review of my ignorance. I'm looking at the very top where it says seeded lawn, where there's a fairly steep slope down to the walkway where people walk their dogs. At least that's my experience in this part of the park. And then there's slightly a less acute slope down to the access roadway to Lapham. So is this going to be steeper than the current conditions for this particular area?
There is a steep slope there now. We're just pushing it out a little bit, a little closer to the road.
Is it going to be steeper than it is now, or just
I don't think so.
of the slope itself? Some of it gets.
We always work with John Howe and what can be reasonably maintained in terms of the mowing of these slopes. So we don't push them any more than that. They're typically 4-to-1, in the very steepest part 3-to-1 where we have to be, but they're all mowable.
Beyond the mobility, I just potential concerned about children and potential injury. Often I see steep slopes or hills, they want to go sledding on it, and it goes down to you have a fencing around it, so they really can't access much of it. So
Yeah,
I'm just wondering about
that's
potential
really
safety issues.
Not a travel point. It's not a point where you want, either you're going to be going along the road, which is, there's a walk along the road, which the slope ends by the walk. So it doesn't affect that kind of movement. And there's no reason to be going back into that corner. There's really no access to it.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Commissioners, anything further?
Yeah, Christina Larson. Do we not have the use of soccer fields anymore? The chain link fence will sort of cut through the center of that, and some of the blue areas that you have circled for parking, you are using the parking along what I call the
the soccer fields, over by the tennis courts. Those are already, our lots are already pretty full, and to go walking in the park, that's an oftentimes, used lot because it's the only kind of parking that's left. And when those soccer fields are full and in season, that parking lot is a very busy parking lot. I'm just concerned about, these parking lots getting really filled up that are for the town's use, for the rest of the park, that will be very, very busy, with this proposal. And I just don't know how you're going to get people to come all the way around to the Lapham parks when they can easily park along that long rectangular part that you have highlighted for parking, and then cross over all the very well maintained grass and fields that are one of the best maintained parts of the Waveney fields at the moment.
What's the additional one that shows the parking?
Which plan is she looking at?
I'm looking at like page 3, I think it is. You have the special permit application, Crapo Field, and then 2, 3, 4th page down, there's red dotted. Yeah, and the blue, yes, that's the one. So you have that whole rectangular space, which is a gravel parking lot that's very well used now for the soccer fields and for people using the park.
Yeah, right now, Capo Field is for the JV games and other games as well, but the parking is primarily in Lapham Community Center, that parking lot. But the good thing about this field, it's sort of centrally located between a bunch of other parking, and it totals like 314 spaces in the media project area, including piece that's 73 there. The parking lot we added at the end of the synthetic turf field is just a short walk to the field if Lapham House happens to be full or overflowing. There's also at the softball field, 83 spaces, and then that's used for the existing softball field that we're relocating. There are 48 spaces in that area. So there's quite a few spaces that support this field. We think on a day-to-day basis, the Lapham Center will be adequate, but for those games where there's a lot of things happening, there are other options on the campus as well for parking. Most of the time, these parking lots are a lot of pavement. So
I find the opposite. The Lapham Center parking lot is very, very full, especially during the times when all the turfs are being used for drop-offs and parents, and those are very, very full lots, very busy lots. And my concern is that, the 48 spaces, that long rectangular between the Waveney Pool and your proposed field is, going to become very overused there, and be quickly not adequate.
Again, we're also just changing from JV use to varsity use. So from the game perspective, it's just changing from a JV game to a varsity game, and the JV will then move to Mead. The varsity will move up to Capo itself. So the overall change might be, while I'm certain that there'll be more people attending a varsity game than a JV game, there's just a delta there between the two. And then to Mike's point, there's still some adequate parking, albeit you have to walk a little bit further, but we still have the pool parking lot, which is completely underutilized during the fall and the spring. And then the area next to the dog park and the paddle as well, which is just a short walk past that gravel area that you're mentioning.
But you're just proposing to bring so many more people at 300, capacity seating than what is currently there. So it is a big change for what you're proposing to bring, the volume of people coming in.
For a limited number of games, that's correct. The the majority of them will be standard size, standard size spectators or a standard amount of spectators. But for some small games that are a small number of games, I should say, against greater rivals, yes, there'll be that. At that point in time, it might have to come down to a scheduling aspect with the athletic director and the Parks and Recreation director to make sure that we have adequate and Aggie at the community center to make sure that we have adequate parking for those specific games that you're mentioning.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what-
and then just real quick, back to the soccer fields. Do we not have the youth soccer fields there anymore? I'm not unclear about that.
No, you have the youth soccer fields. We're not, the limit of construction doesn't pass the Tennessee gas pipeline. That's that red dash line in the plan that you're mentioning. That's that red dash line. So we're not proposing anything south of that line. Any
But
works?
visually, the chain link fence will come right down the center of that big green space.
There's only a chain link fence around the field itself. There's not a chain link fence straight across between the two softball fields on that red dashed line. So it won't be affecting in that area. It's just around the baseball field itself. So the perimeter of the baseball field will have fencing, not anywhere else on the park.
Okay. Thank you.
Hopefully that answers your question. You're welcome.
On the parking piece, I share some of Christina's concerns. And one question I've often wondered, and it's probably a little beyond the scope of where we're at right now, but has there ever been any thought of connecting the Lapham lot? I mean, there's right now, I think just like a gravel path between the turf fields and the tennis courts, but back so that you could loop through, because it's a real dead end in there and it's a pain when there's a lot of traffic. I mean, in 2 weeks' time, I'll be there 3 times a day for football drop off. And, it's not easy to get in and out of there. And I can imagine when you do have a big event, you've got everybody kind of trying to turn around and get out of the same place. And I've always wondered if there's a better circulation pattern to be found.
We did look at that at one point in time, but the thought was to try to sequester the cars away from where all the kids would be across it. There is a pedestrian path that we utilize for maintenance, but we don't, anyone else driving on it. You are correct. We did look at that as far as trying to, then it would make a loop. If you got into Lapham and you couldn't go anywhere, you could then circle back to through past the tennis courts. But we were a little reluctant, given the amount of use and the amount of players that were in that area, to then connect the two. And then it was, again, more pavement and a little bit more development that we were trying to avoid.
Yeah, just an idea, I think, maybe for the future, if it turns out to be a problem.
The one good thing about Lapham, the way it's laid out, is you come back there, if it's full, it's just a nice circle and you can go back out around. We've had situations where we come into a situation where parking lots are designed where you come to a dead end and you're in big trouble. So again, stop by here before the meeting tonight, all kinds of activity everywhere. And just circulation in and out was fine. Spaces in the parking lot, a lot of activity on the football fields and everywhere in town. As a matter of fact, there's activity tonight and at Waveney House as well. So
Will there be there's currently a walkway that flanks or comes from the south to the north and flanks that 48 spots that's along the road opposite the pool. Will there be a walkway that allows people to park there and walk and come into the facility along the right field line rather than coming around the whole Lapham Center loop to get in?
Come in here like this.
yeah,
Come out here like
that's
that.
exactly where you'd have to go. There's a steep slope in the right field. If you come just a little bit further, you could come.
Yeah.
There's no walkway design, but people just walk right over the
They'll
grass.
just walk.
And where a softball field is now, along the gas line.
Yeah.
That's probably the best way to come in from that.
Yeah, because
parking
that's
area.
fairly level. You can just come in the left field
It's
line.
pretty level and you can come right in and then you can get to the grandstands
Mhm.
very easily.
From a financial perspective, in terms of the turf versus grass, how much do we save as a town over the life of the field?
So I'm just gonna jump in. It's not really in the purview of planning and zoning to weigh the costs and benefits of the fields. Just
Okay. No, it's just
I think it is
question just for
actually, because
information.
if you're thinking about the POCD, it's about whether we investing town resources in the best way of future.
We have, to answer that question, we haven't done an analysis between the two. It's a deep dive. Because there is maintenance associated with the turf as well. We have to groom it, we have to brush it, we have to broom it. But the overall, we don't have to touch it every single day. And then the actual maintenance of the baseball field, it's already pretty much self-sustaining. The lines are there, we don't have to groom the infield, we don't have to line it, we don't have to do anything in that regard. So the overall aspect of maintenance costs, there'll be a savings in staff time, but they're salaried or they're hourly, but on a salary. So all it would do is shift them to other locations of need that, and we have no shortage of that in the town, in our parks. They're very well maintained, but we can always do a better job. So there'll be a savings in maintenance, but we haven't quantified exactly how much that would be.
Could I make a suggestion on the view shed, or just a query on the view shed on the, I guess I'd call it like the first baseline? You have the building sort of strung out along that line where you have a proposed field storage building, and then you have a visiting team dugout. And that sort of leg of the development cuts right in front of the Lapham Community Center. In terms of the view shed, I see the gazebo on the plan there. So I guess my question was, is it part of the design to kind of keep the bullpen and these other elements adjacent to the field, or could they be tucked behind the bleachers, such that you're you're only extending a 5-foot fence out into the field versus a 10-foot building, or a high batting cage, or bullpen, I should say, because
If you zero and maybe go to the.
I think I'm looking at page 18 that looks at your site plan. Just trying to understand what the logic is of kind of extending the buildings along the perimeter of the field versus having them consolidated behind.
Okay, the last piece is the bullpen, so that has no height to it. The really last long piece. And the last piece that probably it's on the other side of the tree is just a storage building. One thing I would suggest, and now that I'm looking at this, is that we add more canopy trees in there.
I wasn't looking to shoot. I mean, that's not really what I'm after. What I'm after is being able to sit in the Lapham Center and look down to the field, and what the building does is effectively create a blockage there, right? But if I'm understanding a field storage building, that would be for field equipment and things that are probably not all that used every day. It could be potentially underneath the bleachers or behind or tucked, instead of being out in the middle of the field. And I'm just trying to understand, it sounds like you're not, that just by your response there, prioritizing the view shed from the Lapham Center, because it is an important view shed from, it's like one of the pictures on our POCD.
Several of us sit in that room looking out of that window every Friday morning from 8:30 to 9:30. We take a meeting. There's 50 of us in that room looking at that meeting, looking out that window. And now I'm imagining I'm going to be looking at a storage shed, and I don't want to block the storage shed with a new tree. I'd really to Chris Herring's point, rather move the shed.
I don't know, we can look at that. I don't, we'd have to go out there and see the view shed across. I sit on the opposite side of that, so I look interior.
You're at that meeting.
The, we can look at the primary view shed that we were concerned with, where the patio was from, on the back of the community center, looking outward. We tried to keep everything from that area, not necessarily from the larger Lapham room. Yeah,
Because because your presentation has been, what do people experience when they walk from the parking lot and experience the complex from the coming around the Waveney, the Lapham building? But several of us in the Lapham building look out and
the gazebo has been removed. The gazebo was at the end of its
Falling
useful
apart,
life,
yeah.
so it's already been removed.
It was just a reference point.
No,
for
it's
like
fine.
a-
I just didn't want it to be where people think, you know, you can still sit in there and then see it's gone at this
Yeah.
point, unfortunately.
Okay, commissioners, any additional questions? We need to get moving on, action items on all the other applications. Do you guys have anything further to add on your side?
Anything else? Not necessarily, other than to say thank you. We're very excited about the project. We appreciate the comments and the concerns that we share, each one of them. And it's valuable input that we'll take back with us. But we're excited also to move forward, given the commission's blessing, if we can, and then bring this to fruition. It's been a long-standing project. Again, as I mentioned, it started at the softball fields and died at that point in time, and it's been resurrected. So it was probably one of the first turf fields to be thought of, even prior to the second and third turf fields themselves. Was a varsity baseball field on the campus, and we're eager and excited to bring it forward and bring it to fruition. But we thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, do we,
Comment.
well, actually, we need to take public comment, right?
Yep.
Is there anyone in Zoom land that has any public comment on this one? I guess that's a no. Maria's still here. Do you have public comment?
I have provided my comments as part of. Hi, Maria Koppel, for the record. I provided my comments as part of the record. The engineers have been able to not only address the drainage policy that was in effect when this plan was submitted, but they've also met our request to provide an analysis that meets our current drainage policy, which is more restrictive as it adds the 100-year storm event to the evaluation. So drainage wise, we have found that the proposed application meets our drainage policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone. 10:20, we have to go through, deliberate and decide and vote on 5 of these 5 applications. I would like to just take a 2-minute break. We've been here for 4 hours, 4.5. So let's take a couple minutes and then get back here in 3-4 minutes. Commissioners, let's start going through the applications that we have to discuss and vote on here. The first one being 672 Owen Oak Ridge. This is the one for the excess of 1,000 cubic yards of soil disturbance and 10,000 square feet, over 10,000 square feet. Double retaining walls, plantings, etc. Do I have any discussion on this? Any comments? Or motion?
I think they did everything we asked them to do from the last one, and they got neighbor support. I mean, I don't see an issue anymore.
Dan, I'm just gonna add, I did not see the tape from June, so I better not vote.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
I'm in the same boat. I'll, with Art, recuse myself.
You can just abstain from voting. You don't have to be recused.
you.
Abstain.
But so who's seated for this application?
Excuse me. Do we still have Paul and
Christina, it appears
Christina?
so.
Paul's here.
is Christina here?
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm here.
Paul, and we have
I'm having some
Tom.
problems with the speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Christina.
Okay, thanks.
So Paul and Christina, Tom, myself, Krista, and John.
Okay, so all alternates are seated for this.
Sorry,
What, Eric seated?
Are all the alternates seated?
can he be seated for this one?
Have you been for all the meetings? Okay, then yeah.
So we have we have the necessary number of people. I'm kind of in this. I'm sort of torn. I was worried about the size and scale of what they're trying to do here in terms of the fill. But they have addressed our concerns on the size of the retaining wall, the height of the retaining wall, and they have the support of the neighbors, which is always our primary concern when looking at large applications like this. I don't know, it seems like a viable solution that can work on this size of property, but anybody else have any comments?
Yeah,
I've already kind of shared my comments before. From a policy perspective, I just don't see something of this magnitude in terms of fill, in terms of depth of fill to create, they showed tonight that drawing of how much of the space they're filling versus how much they're not, but 13,000 and something square feet is still a third of an acre. It's still bigger than some of the lots we have in town. And I just think from an environmental perspective that altering that much topography can be, maybe not in this case, but as a precedent, can be erosive to the unique features of our town. So I agree they've done a lot and they've really come a long way and they've addressed a lot of our concerns. But my issue, I think, is more just a philosophical issue.
Fair enough.
yeah, I think they have, in my issue in terms of coming a long way, the materiality of the wall, where it started with that sort of block industrial type wall to now the fieldstone and the boulders, I think is a positive change and hopefully a precedent that we could set with other applications in terms of focusing on that sort of look that's more natural than kind of again, like an industrial type look that they started with, which I thought was problematic, but I like where they've gone.
Okay, so do I hear a motion for this one?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Knapp, any conditions or requirements?
No, but you want me to put on the record why I'm making the motion, or is it not for any
You can.
court?
Yes, please.
I would have voted against a 9-foot wall, but I think a 5-foot maximum wall is in keeping with, is pretty close to our 4-foot retaining wall requirements in the zoning regulations. I think it's in keeping with 4-foot retaining walls are in keeping with the neighborhood. I think I can get past the amount of fill based on the scale of the size of the property. And the neighbor approval, the neighbor support is weighing heavily on the motion. So for all these reasons, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Call to a vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen.
No.
Art, you're sitting out.
Abstain.
Okay, abstain. John Kriz, you're out. Chris Herring.
Abstain.
Abstain. John Engel.
Yes.
Paul Knag.
He's muted.
Paul, you're muted.
Yes.
Paul Knag, yes. Tom Benton,
Yes.
and Christina Larson.
Yes.
Okay, this one passes.
And Eric.
Right? Oh, and Eric, sorry.
Yes.
And Eric, yes. Okay, this one passes. Next one is 72 Park Street. This is the White Buffalo discussion. What are your thoughts?
I can kick it off. I mean, I've been against this from the beginning, but I've watched Chris sit out in the street many intervals and just take the decimal readings. Like, I really think they're serious.
Chris Minor.
Yeah. And so it helps when you have someone who really wants to make it work, because you feel like if it's not, you can go back to them and address it, different than kind of the previous owners. I think the 90 to 95 decimal needs to be looked at. Like, I don't know what that will do, if it's going to change the dynamic. So how do you approve something when you don't know what the effect could be? I don't have an issue with the Sunday. An afternoon, it's acoustic. I think your point 1 to 5, like if there's a time, it seems like that makes logical sense. I would still want them to keep a log. So there's at least an audit trail if we start getting complaints if we move it to the 90 or 95 decimal.
I'm not necessarily convinced we have to change that requirement. You know, in looking at their sound meter readings, like I mentioned, the 2 amplified events that they had, they were only somewhat above that. They were at 83, 84 decibels as opposed to 80. And if you look at a decibel chart of what getting into the 95 or 100 range, that gets really loud. You know, that's equivalent to a rock concert at 100. And we don't want a rock concert. Right? We do want music, but at a reasonable level. You know, the fact that their performers don't think they're being, and I'm paraphrasing this, they're not being as effective or as good as they can be if they're not loud enough, I could care less. Right? I think they've been able to successfully have these 7 events with the guidelines we put in place. I don't see a reason not to continue these with the modification of the Sunday, obviously, but give them that ability.
This is Commissioner Cruz. I'm hesitant to raise the decibel level.
Yeah, I am too.
I think you eventually cross a Rubicon as far as noise, and I think we're sort of approaching that. But with 80, we're sort of within shouting distance, to continue the metaphor. I am less concerned about restrictions on days of the week, as I take their point on rain dates and so forth. It can create difficulty. So I'm sympathetic to that, but I would like to keep that noise at a limited level. That'd be my main concern.
I would agree.
Yeah, I agree with all the sentiments, you know, under the current framework that we gave them. Speaking personally, I didn't hear them up at my house, which was a concern that I had, you know, from last year, from hearing them